Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to all our participants. We welcome you again to our day two of ASEAN Digital Literacy Program Training of Master Trainers. And of course, here with us as well are our speakers for today, our esteemed guests and experts on media literacy. We also have our reserve master trainers. So finally, no, welcome to our Zoom meeting room. We were not able to have you here the last time. So, first of all, I'd like to actually check in on everybody. How are you all? Are we all doing okay? It's Saturday, and I'm hoping that you guys were able to rest. And I also know that a lot of things have been happening, no? So I'm hoping that before we digest everything we're going to learn today, we're all rested because we covered a lot the last week, and we're going to do the same this today as well, and this week especially. Now, just a couple of reminders. Now, today we'll be discussing topics that will further enhance our chances of becoming responsible digital citizens and help us inch closer to take on the leadership in advocating for truth in the world of digital media, under the world where we're suffering disinformation and a lot of the things that are happening across the Philippine media landscape and even globally. So today we're going to have a deep dive on the topics about media literacy and awareness, specifically the media and information literacy angle. Then we're going to talk about culture of positive participation. And lastly, we're going to niche down and close the training of master trainers with a discussion on social media and the law. But before we actually begin, I'd like you to first feel settled with your seats, sit back, relax, enjoy, grab your water, for example, and make sure that you're comfortable with the environments. Take note that if you are going to actually check the chat box, we have a pre-test for you guys before coming in. So you are still welcome to take the pre-test. Go through the reading lists that we have been posting in our Facebook groups if you haven't checked them yet. Check the Zoom background as well if you wanted to make sure that you are in sync with everybody else here in the room, so that we can have a good photo opportunity later. And then we are implementing the health breaks in between modules. And of course, just a quick reminder for those who won the games, we're going to process the payments later on today. And we still have more games to play for today as well. So we're going to process all of that in the same run. Okay, just quickly checking in the links. Of course, we have, I think everybody is okay. So we're going to start with the first module already. Now, in today's model digital world where anyone can create and make up wild stories, it becomes difficult to filter the lies. And this is something that is a natural consequence of media literacy and probably lack of critical thinking to a certain extent, but that is not an end in and of itself. With the current challenging media landscape, we need to deconstruct media messages in digital platforms. We need to know what are the reputable online resources. We need to consult the verified fact-checking sources, embody the rules of copyright, for example, and things like that. And promotion of media literacy and awareness is a colossal task that needs everybody's support. So to help us further understand the concepts of media literacy, or MIL, we have here our resident expert and longtime partner of Break the Fake, a consultant and on media literacy from OOTB, or Out of the Box Media Literacy Initiative, Mr. Marlon Nombrado. Now, before diving in, let me introduce him. Marlon is a graduate student of communication at the University of the Philippines. He's also a senior high school teacher in Benedictine International School, which serves as his personal lab for media literacy education. As a graphic artist, his portfolio includes digital and print publications, infographics, logos, posters, and brochures. So to talk about his years of work and experience in the media and information literacy field, let's all welcome to the stage Mr. Marlon Nombrado.
Hello, Gab. And hello to everyone. Magandang hapon po. Can you guys hear me clearly? Yes? Naririnig po ba ako? All right, let me just arrange some of the things in my desktop first. Well, actually waiting for us to start. I was checking the list of participants and I see some familiar names. Magandang hapon po. I see Hannah, si Ma'am Racel, hello, Sir Gino. Um, I'm sure the others I've probably had the chance to encounter you before. We were probably fellow participants in webinars that we have attended the past couple of years. Um, First of all, I want to thank Gab and the rest of the Break the Fake team for having me this afternoon. This is a wonderful opportunity to share with you uh, what uh, what we know in out of the box, our experiences, and at the same time, it's always a wonderful opportunity to share knowledge, talk to fellow advocates of media literacy as well. So for today, the topic that was assigned to me was for us to talk about media literacy and awareness. But before that, since this is the first time that I have met most of you, isang mabilis na request muna, no? Um, in the chat, in the chat box, can you type in your affiliation? Aside from typing your affiliation, pwede bang malaman kung ano ang kinain ninyo ngayong tanghali? No? So, type in your affiliation. Where are you connected? If you are teaching in a school, if you are with an organization, please type it in the chat. And samahan nyo ng emoji. No? I want to know what you ate. Yan, no, tama yung ginawa ni Sir Gino. No? Tinype ko yung mga emojis dyan for those of you who might have a hard time looking for the right emojis. No? I placed it in the chat. Sige, ayan. Nakita ko na yung mga answers ng iba. DTCM of USTP CDO. No? I hope I I know the meaning of the acronyms that you wrote there, sir. I assume CDO is Cagayan de Oro. DepEd, hi Sir Gino. No, mga parehas ko. Isda ang tanghalian. Si Miss Raisa, 8 eggs. Ulat-mulat initiative. Sinigang na lechon, si Sir Joseph. DepEd Rizal. We also have a graduate student from ADMU. Uy, si Erica pala to. Hello. DepEd, Break the Fake, CSB, Mataw Kasi, Incorporated, Chicken, Pinas Forward, government employee, journalist with BBC, Crime Investigation and Coordinating Center. Interesting. All right, this is a very good mix of media literacy trainers. Of course, the expectation is always for events like this to be dominated by people in the academe, no teachers. Pero it's very interesting that we also have participants who might not necessarily identify themselves as educators, but perhaps are in the perfect position to also become allies, no, sa ating media literacy, digital literacy agenda. MVMI, Pinas Forward, Sorsogon State. Ay, hello ma'am. Nandyan po ako sa Sorsogon just a few days ago. I went to Naga, Legazpi, and Sorsogon last week. Yan. Hello. Ang dami niyo po pala, no? I actually wasn't expecting this many people. So, I'll go back to the chat later again just to go one by one, no, doon sa inyong mga affiliations. But let's retain this kind of flow we want for the entire session, my session and the sessions later, for our chat to be active, robust. So if you have questions, if you have anything you want to share, please don't hesitate to just type it in the chat so that we can all see it. So for my session, I was given an hour, I think 40 minutes of talk and then 20 minutes reserved for question and answer. For this entire session, these are the things that I am hoping to cover. And as you can see in the slide deck, the next thing I want to ask you, among these things that are listed here, which of the items here are you most curious about? Or at least which of these items you haven't heard of before and perhaps would want to learn more about? No? So we will start off with where exactly MIL um, emerged, no? Which was a term from UNESCO. And then after that, I'll talk about our own framework in Out of the Box. We call it Interrogate, Create, Participate. And then there's the five core concepts and key questions, which is one of the most widely used resources when it comes to media literacy education. And then I'll share with you three things that we use a lot. Um, we draw a lot of inspiration from in our media literacy work from Renee Hobbs, from Douglas Kellner and Jeff Scher, and from Paul Mihailidis. Wala pa ako nakikita sa chat but again, the question is, paki-type sa chat which among these discussion points are you most interested to talk about or you're most curious about that you want us to focus on. No, after natin pag-usapan itong mga concepts ni na Hobbs, and then we will talk about MIL in the Philippines. We'll talk about where it is right now, what are the best practices, what are the challenges, what can we do. All right? Sige. Most of you interested MIL in the Philippines, all right? A lot of things that we can probably share as well. No? Marami tayong magiging makukuhang insights then from our participants. Some listed yung specifics like the framework of OOTB, the idea of empowerment and protectionism from Renee Hobbs. All right, sige. Last preliminary slide before we get started to the actual discussion points. I have here two questions that I want to throw in the mix before you start thinking about questions that you're going to ask me. Uunahan ko na kayo, no? So while we have our discussion this afternoon, I want you to think about these two questions. And perhaps later on during our session, you can share your opinion on these two items. Una, this was a question that I received from a teacher participant when I did a training in a school in Cavite 2 weeks ago. Sabi ni Sir sa akin, tanong niya, how near or how far are we from building a media literate Philippine society? Medyo mahirap yung tanong, medyo pang Miss Universe siya. Kaya ibinabato ko rin sa inyo yung tanong. Maybe you have ideas you want to share. No? And then number two, itong question naman na to, this is a question that was thrown to me by Maria Reza when I had a chance to talk to her for a short time, no, na nagkaroon ako ng chance to attend yung isang Facts First PH gathering, and we were talking about media literacy, and then she was asking about media literacy being sort of overrated, no? And ano ba talaga yung power ng media literacy? Ano yung role nito? And perhaps what are the limitations of it, no, when it comes to addressing this huge problem of disinformation? Are we overestimating it? So two questions which I want you to maybe write down on your notebook or write down on your device, and then later kapag Q&A na, we'll go back to these two questions. All right, let's get started. Hopefully, hindi nyo naririnig yung ingay sa background ko because sa katabing bahay namin ay may nagdidrill. But let me know if you have any issues with my audio so we can do something about it. So we want to start off with unpacking this three-letter acronym, no, yung MIL, which gets thrown around a lot over the past couple of years. And there's good reason. there are good reasons why media literacy, or sorry, why MIL has become a sort of household concept already. Whenever we talk about fake news and disinformation, we always get to hear media literacy as this um, solution that gets to be thrown around, no, na ito daw yung sagot sa disinformation. So if you don't know it yet, no, ang nag-imbento ng salitang MIL ay yung UNESCO. So UNESCO was the first one to recommend the use of the term media and information literacy back in 2007. And since then, they worked towards producing this very important reference material, which is titled Media and Information Literacy Curriculum for Teachers. That was 2011. In this particular reference material, UNESCO focused on the importance of MIL in the education process and to make it easier for teachers and schools to integrate MIL into teaching by providing them with pedagogical methods, syllabuses, and resources. So obvious naman, no, from the title of the material, this was intended to be used by schools and teachers. And it is not by accident that the MIL subject was integrated in the K to 12 curriculum, specifically in the grade 11 and grade 12 addition in our curriculum. Noong time, nung Aquino administration, no, when they were pushing forward, lobbying for the K to 12 reform, this subject was injected, and a huge part of why that happened is because of the influence, no, of UNESCO in Philippine policy making. So fast forward tayo, in 2015, UNESCO adopted the SDGs, which hopefully all of you are familiar with. There's 17 of them, which has been this guiding document of UNESCO when it comes to all of their programs, which serves as their objectives of international development cooperation. So since nag-emerge yung SDGs, nagkaroon na rin tayo ng mga panibago pang mga challenges sa mundo, no? Mas bumilis palalo yung innovation at progress when it comes to digital technologies. Imagine when noong 2011, when were you in 2011? I was in second year college that time, and some of you probably were still studying or were still in the early parts of your career. And fast forward today, no, 11 years after, parang ang laki na agad ng pinagbago. No? So that's why last year, no, UNESCO had to update their curriculum. So they published the second edition of the 2011 reference material. Ang title nito, I Think Critically, Click Wisely, Media and Information Literate Citizens. Obviously, nilaunch ito sa gitna ng pandemic. So a lot of the items in this reference material considered all of these new challenges that we are facing right now amidst the pandemic. So UNESCO, no, some of you might be curious, why are they in the MIL business, or why are they concerned about MIL? These are the two main things where they draw their interest from, no, when it comes to their MIL advocacy. Una, yung Article 19 ng Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which says everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. It's quite obvious, no, why MIL fits right in this picture. No? Given that MIL pushes forward the right to free speech, the right to free expression, and even our right to information. No? Yung ating ability to access reliable information. And it's all under Article 19 of the UDHR. No? And then sabi ko nga kanina, in 2015, na-introduce yung SDGs. And while there's no specific SDG that specifically identifies MIL, it makes sense, for us to understand MIL as the means for which we can achieve the following SDGs, such as the SDG on ensuring healthy lives and well-being, quality education for all, gender equality and women empowerment, and the access to information and fundamental freedoms. So whenever the UNESCO um, campaigns for, produces reference materials, conducts their programs regarding MIL, they always go back to these two um, cornerstone documents, no, yung UDHR tsaka yung SDGs. So, how does UNESCO define MIL? It was UNESCO who thought about merging these three distinct areas, yung media literacy, yung information literacy, and yung digital literacy under one umbrella term. So when we use the term MIL, we understand it to be the set of competencies that emphasize the development of inquiry-based skills and the ability to engage meaningfully with all forms of content providers and mediators. Important for us to point out this keyword, no? All forms of content providers and mediators, because under UNESCO's definition of MIL, they include here even libraries, for example, no? As part of the MIL agenda. No? They do not limit themselves to social media, television, radio, or books. But again, it is irrespective of the technologies that we are using. So it's obvious that even libraries, librarians, are important stakeholders of the MIL agenda, again, as defined by UNESCO. So for UNESCO, it is almost unimportant to them, or to a certain degree futile for us to argue about the differences or the similarities between all of these different literacies. So para sa kanila, the best way to move forward is for us to have this umbrella term, or another keyword that they use a lot is this quote-unquote composite concept. No? So isang composite concept yung MIL, wherein all of these key outcomes of these rather distinct areas are all merged together or are interwoven. No? Another framework that they have here, they call it the ecology of MIL, where aside from the media literacy, information literacy, and digital literacy, you have all of these other literacies. No? Perhaps the graphic is a little small for the others, especially for those of you who are probably just in your phones. But surrounding, the MIL concept are all of these multi-literacies, such as visual literacy, print literacy, internet, cinema, civic, film, game, data, TV, AI, down the line. UNESCO's use of the term MIL seeks to harmonize the different notions in the light of converging delivery platforms. This is an important point to make, yung tinatawag natin na media convergence, which is an innovation of the 21st century, wherein different media forms like print, audio, video, they are now all converged in platforms such as the internet, where all of these formats that used to be separated, that used to be distributed in distinct mediums or media are now converging, no, in digital platforms. So napakahalaga para sa UNESCO na i-harmonize na lang natin itong iba't ibang mga konsepto na ito. As was mentioned earlier, MIL is understood to be a set of competencies. And when we talk about competencies, most of the time we talk about skills and knowledge. No? For those of you who are in the education area, this is something that doesn't need explaining to you anymore. No? But for those of you who are not in the academe or who are not teachers, yung understanding minsan ng ibang mga guro o ng ibang mga eksperto sa education, nalilimita yung competencies sa knowledge and skills. No? These are things that we develop as students or as learners that involve different forms of activities such as pen and paper tests, for example, or authentic assessments. No? Yung mga nagpapagawa ng projects, nagpapagawa ng mga film, ng mga short film, ng mga posters, ng mga portfolio, etc. But it's very important that when we talk about competencies, we do not forget the values and attitudes part. Ibig sabihin, when we try to hone the competencies of individuals, it does not only concern skills that you can practice and assess and knowledge which you can master, but also values and attitudes. No? So dito sa pinaka-recent na publication ng UNESCO, they listed 19 knowledge and skills-based competencies and 6 attitudes and values. Later on, doon sa framework ni Paul Mihailidis, no, babalikan natin itong value-driven approach wherein we can make use of MIL as a means for us to hone the values of people. At ano bang klaseng mga values yung pinupush forward natin? No? If you can see here, some of the values written are solidarity and peace, human rights and dignity, self-awareness, tolerance and respect for others, and so on and so forth. No? So, MIL in UNESCO, hindi ko na nai-include sa aking slide deck. One of the things that they were able, aside from publishing those 2 very important reference materials, UNESCO also, sorry for a while, UNESCO also put together the UNESCO MIL Alliance, which used to be called GAPMIL, or the Global Alliance for Partnerships on MIL. So ngayon tinatawag na silang UNESCO MIL Alliance, which is composed of experts, organizations, individuals all over the world who are working together to push forward the MIL agenda in different parts of the world. So now we move to the next discussion point, which is our own framework in Out of the Box. So a bit of introduction. Out of the Box is a nonprofit that my friends and I put together right after we graduated from college. That was 2014. So we are actually turning 8 next month, sa August. OOTB, what we do is we create learning resources, we conduct activities, we also launch media campaigns. And in 2019, that was our 5th year, we decided to come up with a theory of change. No? It's a bit late in the game, but then we realized at that time, 5 years after, it might be good for us to come up with our own theory of change that can guide our projects. So ito namang framework na ito, hindi naman namin ito hinugot sa hangin. This framework is actually inspired by all the other frameworks that I will actually be talking about later. Oh, and of course, it's very much informed as well by the MIL framework of UNESCO. Um, so for out of the box, when we use the term media literacy, we mean three things. It's interrogate, create, and participate. These are the three media literacy practices that are distinct and yet overlapping. Distinct kasi they involve a wide range of skills and knowledge and values and attitudes that can be designed or that can be practiced using specific activities. So, for example, when it comes to the interrogation of media texts, um, this can be applied from deciphering disinformative content that we see online, whether these are fake news articles, memes, TikTok videos, or it can also be applied in, say, for example, trying to um, evaluate the representation of gender in certain films or in certain commercials. That's media interrogation. And then there's creation, the alternative media production part of MIL or of media literacy. What we emphasize in alternative media production, from the word itself, alternative, we always tell our students and our participants that when you create media, you want to deliver something that is not yet there. You want to create media that inspires alternative ideas, that inspires us to resist and to challenge the status quo and dominant narratives. And then the last part is digital citizenship, no? Or participate. It's very important that we include participation in our framework because we believe it's very possible for us to do media interrogation, to do media production without any notion of a civic purpose. No? Mag-analyze ka lang ng media, create ka lang ng photo essay, pero wala siyang intention to do something for the greater good. Then for us, we don't want that kind of MIL. We don't want to push forward that kind of media literacy where we put our students inside echo chambers, no? Inside, ano yung term na hinahanap ko? I forgot the term that I was looking for. No? But it's very important that whenever we develop media literate students and individuals, they always see themselves as part of a larger community. No? So we see MIL as the means for us to achieve larger societal outcomes. No? When media literacy become cultivated, no? It becomes part of the collective habits and norms of Filipinos. This will lead to better media, to better schools, and a better democracy, a better participatory government. No? So if you want to learn more about how the theory of change works for OOTB, you can go to our website and read the entire document that discusses it. So aside from the verbs of interrogate, create, participate, we also included in the theory of change what we call prerequisites. No? Ano yung mga kailangan nating matutunan, ituro, at i-develop in order for us to be able to interrogate, create, and participate? We have here 4: access to media, open-mindedness, the core concepts of media literacy, and civic values. No? Let's move closer to this, no? Ano ba yung core concepts na to? No? And we draw our core concepts from perhaps the most pioneering, no, of all media literacy organizations, isa sa mga pinaka-nauna, pinaka-established, and continuously relevant and continuously innovating their work. It's a US-based organization called Center for Media Literacy. So they were the ones who developed the 5 core concepts and 5 key questions of media literacy. Sige. Ano tawag dito? Magpapa-raise hand lang muna ako, no? I want to know how many in our participants here have actually used this reference material in any of your engagements, no? Sino sa inyo ang nagturo na ng 5 core concepts and 5 key questions sa kanyang mga estudyante? Please click the raise hand button. Paano nga ba gagawin yan? Do we have that function here? Because ayun, reactions. So please go to reactions and then click raise hand. No? Don't worry, I'm not going to call you if you are hesitant not to raise your hand. I just want to know how many members of our Zoom call have used CML in their teaching. Isa lang? Si Sir Joseph lang at ako. I'm sure many others have either nahihiya lang or tinatamad lang mag-click. No? Meron pa ba? Habol? No? I want to know who among our participants are familiar with CML's reference. Sige. Sabi ni Elizabeth Thoman, who is the founder of CML, at the heart of media literacy is the principle of inquiry. It was CML who actually popularized, even before UNESCO worked on their MIL agenda. CML have long advocated for an inquiry-based approach to media literacy. So para sa kanila, para maging media literate ang isang tao, they need to be able to ask questions. No? And to help teachers and to help advocates of media literacy train their students, they came up with the 5 core concepts of media literacy with accompanying 5 key questions. No? So yung 5 key concepts ay authorship, format, audience, content, and purpose. So whenever I teach media literacy, whether in school, no, or in OOTB, I always make sure to talk about these core concepts, which of course usually takes more than 1 hour to talk about. But of course, for us, in the interest of time, we won't be able to discuss each of these one by one, but instead, I will just simply encourage you to go to CML and check out all of their free materials that talk about these key concepts, no? Which is, to me, rather comprehensive already, no? Kasi gamit itong mga concepts na ito, we can talk about the most basic questions of who created the message, what are the techniques used, what are the values, no, and point of views that are either included or omitted, and of course the important question of why. Why am I seeing this advertisement? Why am I seeing this meme? What is the purpose of this? And of course, there's also this important concept of audience, which also inspires empathy. No? In a time of polarization and hate speech, it's important for us to train our students to ask this question. How might others understand this message differently from how I understand it? No? I'm not sure if we have the time to actually check this out No? So I'm going to skip this already, and in case we have time later, we might just go back to this. No? But this is a favorite video that we always watch whenever we try to talk about yung core concepts ng CML. Let's skip this for now. Next part. I just put them together in one section of this discussion, but obviously these three topics deserve a longer time for discussion, no? But I'm just picking some of the important parts that I think personally are practical and useful to our participants today. Una is the empowerment and protectionist paradigm, which was introduced to us by media literacy expert Renee Hobbs, who is based in Rhode Island in the US. She is the head of the Media Education Lab. In her long career of studying media literacy, she was able to pin down two perspectives or two approaches to doing media literacies. According to her, um, all of the all of the media literacy organizations either identified themselves with the empowerment paradigm or the protectionist paradigm. And in order for us to understand the difference between the two, um, it roots from how we perceive media audiences. And it roots from how we understand the main goal of media literacy for these audiences. Nagtuturo ba tayo ng media literacy because we understand that our audiences are active constructors of messages and meanings? Or we teach media literacy because we believe that many of our students are potential victims or are highly vulnerable to the negative media effects? No? Yung una, kung ang sagot ninyo ay una, you perhaps are drawing more from the empowerment paradigm, wherein you see media literacy as a way for you to introduce a form of taste discrimination that enable people to make good decisions about the quality of media content. We empower, no? We empower our students so that they become more adept at finding or distinguishing which is reliable, which is harmful. We also empower them to create media content that can benefit other people. No? That's part of the empowerment paradigm. The other side is the protectionist paradigm, where this one is rooted in the idea that critical thinking about media reduces people's likelihood of negative influence to media content, including violence, sexuality, misrepresentation, and so on and so forth. But then, this is a very important point that was noted by Renee Hobbs. Empowerment and protectionism is not an either-or proposition. There are actually two sides of the same coin. And media literacy interventions and initiatives of today are becoming more and more conscious of this, that when we design our media literacy programs, we can actually employ both paradigms, no? That we see our audiences both as active constructors of message and meanings, and we also understand that media has very concrete influence and impact on people, which can be rather harmful, not only to the personal or the individual, but even to the greater context. No? Next, punta naman tayo dito sa critical media literacy. which I have to tell you, this is my most favorite, no, na approach pagdating sa media literacy. Sabi sa libro ni Douglas Kellner and Jeff Scher, media culture is a type of pedagogy that teaches proper and improper behavior, gender roles, values, and knowledge of the world. Individuals are often not aware that they are being educated and constructed by media culture, as its pedagogy is frequently invisible and subliminal. Ibig sabihin dito, um, media teaches us, no? And most often, we are not aware of it, no? Because when we engage with media, most of the time, we simply want to be entertained, we want to escape the mundane world, we want to, simply talk to our friends. But then, many of these things that media teaches us happen subliminally, no? Hindi natin nalalaman na kapag gumagamit tayo ng media, meron na pala tayong mga natututunan, no, at nai-imbibe na mga values, attitude, and perspectives of the world. And this is where critical media literacy comes in, no? How can we teach people to be more conscious of how media culture influences us? So, according to Kellner and Scher, critical media literacy is about analyzing media culture as products of social production and struggle, teaching students to be critical of media representations and ideologies, while also stressing the importance of learning to use media as modes of self-expression and social activism. So, if you recall the slide earlier, no, from Renee Hobbs, this particular framework from Kellner and Scher shares that same perspective of Renee Hobbs. They are saying that it's important that when we create media literacy interventions, we see our students not merely as people that needs protecting from the harm, but also as active producers of knowledge, producers of their own opinion and expression. Also very important in the critical media literacy framework is this consciousness of the pedagogy side of things. Ibig sabihin, we are not only concerned with what we teach, but also with how we teach, no? And the most important part of critical media literacy is the question, for whom, no? Para saan ba tayo nagpo-promote ng media literacy? For proponents of critical media literacy, we understand that it is tied to the project of radical participatory democracy. We do not teach media literacy simply because we want it, simply because it's cool or it's relevant or it's something that is fun, but because we understand that the competencies under media literacy are important in democracy and participation. If you recall the 5 key concepts from CML, ang ginawa ng Kellner and Scher dito, dinagdagan nila ng isa. No? So instead of 5, which are more or less the same things, no? Yung authorship, yung format, yung audience, yung representation, tsaka yung purpose, dinagdagan nila ng pang-anim na concept, yung social and environmental justice. The key question here is, whom does this text advantage or disadvantage? So again, what I was trying to tell you earlier, yung importante para kay Kellner and Scher, yung question na, for whom? At panghuli, the last framework I want to share with you is one from Paul Michaelides, also a US-based author and thinker. Civic media literacies is defined by Michaelides as a set of processes and practices that use the critique and creation of media to enact a value-driven approach to being in the world with others toward a common good. What I love about Michaelides' framework is that He doesn't concern himself with skills and knowledge. Instead, what he writes about are value constructs. No? Sabi niya, media literacies daw are a perfect approach for us to promote these five values, which are caring, critical consciousness, imagination, persistence, and emancipation. Another very important contribution of Mihailidis' work is that he doesn't limit himself to school-based media literacy interventions, no? Kasi obvious naman, no, that media literacy is tied to the education world, no? Because it concerns students and teachers. We promote media literacy um, through curriculum, right? But for Mihailidis, it's very important that we also look at, say, for example, civil society organizations who promote their advocacies using media. No? At paano nila ginagamit yung media para makapag-promote ng greater good. So this is most of the references that I'm sharing to you are actually freely available online. So if you want to check them out, please go ahead. Last part na ako ng aking presentation, and hopefully we have time for quick Q&A. No? MIL in the Philippines: Policies, Practices, and Challenges. This is based in this publication from UNESCO, published in 2020. The section about the Philippines is written by Sir Ramon Tuason, Ma'am Therese, and Gillian May Palcone. They identified three key stakeholders in the MIL education ecosystem in the Philippines: the government, the academe, and media organizations and NGOs. Obviously, the role of the government is very important. We see it in the integration of MIL in our education system. As was already established, 2013, no? 2013 when it was integrated, but it was fully implemented in 2016. Philippines is one of the few countries worldwide which actually integrates MIL in our formal basic ed. That's something to be proud of, no? Sa totoo lang. And we are, I think, no, the first in the ASEAN region. But I think quite recently, there are moves, I believe, in Myanmar, no, for MIL to be integrated in their basic ed as well. Pagdating naman sa higher education, no, sa college and university level, MIL is reflected in the GE subjects of college students and also as part of specific degree programs, no, like Com and DevCom. Sa academe naman, ang kanilang mahalagang papel sa MIL is research and teaching. We have groups like AIJC and PAMIL who do a lot of teaching and research on MIL education. And then the third na player sa MIL education system, of course, the media organizations and nonprofits like Break the Fake and Out of the Box. Listed in the book that I'm referencing are the programs of ABS-CBN and GMA, and also the fact-checking programs of Verifiles and Raptor. Aside from these media organizations, no, sobrang dami ng nagsulputan ng mga media literacy initiatives, whether these are one-off webinars or digital campaigns, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic period. No? Mas lalong nakita yung halaga at relevance ng media literacy during the pandemic with the spread of health misinfo, and of course, during the time of the elections, no, kung saan talamak na talamak ang political disinformation. When it comes to the challenges in MIL education in the Philippines, the first thing that we always mention is yung mga shortcomings ng curriculum guide that was produced by DepEd back in 2013, no? Which is still being used today with a few modifications. Dahil nga sa COVID-19 pandemic, ang ginawa ng DepEd ay iniklian nila, no, yung curriculum guide at nagbawas sila at nag-retain ng tinatawag nila na MELCs or the most essential competencies. But even with this revised curriculum guide, no, the problem still remains. No, the criticism is that this particular curriculum focuses a lot on technology and mass media. Another problem is that many senior high school teachers of this subject do not have adequate pre-service and in-service training to teach MIL. That is why there's a tendency for some teachers to prioritize media production. No? Nagpapagawa ng mga films, nagpapagawa ng mga commercial, at kung ano-ano pang mga media products instead of prioritizing yung analysis and evaluation part. As of today, still, MIL has not been integrated into the curriculum of teacher education institutions. Ang recommendations para ma-solusyonan itong mga problema na to, obviously, is to review and update the MIL curriculum guide with the involvement of MIL experts so that we can include a lot of these other very important topics such as free speech and expression, intercultural dialogue, journalism, cyber wellness, disinformation, algorithms, and so on and so forth. No? The next question is, paano natin ito idadagdag? Napakadami na nga. No? The answer there is to remove the unimportant ones and really select the important topics and promote adaptability to the teachers, no? So that kung ano yung pinaka-importanting mga usapin sa panahon, yun yung matatackle sa MIL subject. Other recommendations is to curate MIL teaching learning materials into a shared online platform, offer MIL as a pre-service subject, and integrate MIL in preschool and elementary. No? Because again, as of right now, MIL is a standalone subject in either grade 11 or grade 12. Well, of course, there are individual teachers who have been integrating MIL in their subjects like AP, English. They've been doing that. No? Marami naman tayong teachers who do not limit themselves, no? Who do not limit themselves doon sa guide na pinoprovide ng DepEd. But still, what we are hoping for is for DepEd to really promote the integration of MIL across year levels, no? And across different subjects. All right, we have reached the end of my presentation, and now I go back to the questions that I flashed at the beginning of our session. And perhaps what we can do is maybe I can ask for some volunteers. Meron po ba tayong participant dito who might want to share their insights on question number 1? How near or how far are we from building a media literate Philippine society? Sige. Meron ba? No? Based on the things that we have talked about, no? Tingin ninyo. Ayan, nagtaas na ng kamay si Miss Micaela Papa. Go ahead.
Hi. First off, I'd like to say I really appreciated the presentation. I actually didn't know kasi nagtuturo ako in college. I didn't know it was actually integrated na in the curriculum sa senior high school and everything. So that makes me a bit optimistic about that we are moving forward in terms of building a media literate society. Kasi also being a practicing journalist, sometimes you keep doing your work and parang you feel like it's falling on deaf ears. So parang ba't mo pa ginagawa yung trabaho mo? Pero yun nga, I didn't know that it was already integrated. I like that. So I think there is some progress. Pero the recent election really I don't know. I'm finding it very hard to reconcile yun nga, the fact that we already have it in our curriculum pala, pero we're still, the recent election showed na yun nga, more victims of disinformation than ever before. So, I basically nagtas lang ako ng kamay to raise this confusion. I wonder what anyone else thinks about that. Yun. So I'm a bit
Sure.
optimistic, pero parang yun, nalungkot lang uli ako because of the election.
Tama naman yun, no? Tawag ng iba doon, cautious optimism. Optimist ka pero may caution pa rin. And I think one way to reconcile that is including MIL in the curriculum is one thing, but teaching it well is another thing, right? And that is one of the key concerns right now, no, of MIL advocates. That's something to celebrate, no, that we have that subject in grade 11 or grade 12, but the way we teach it, there's a lot of things that we can still improve, no. And of course, sabi nga kanina, no, recommendation is to further improve and develop it, no. How about the others? Meron pang gustong mag-share ng kanilang insights sa question number 1? How near or how far are we from media literate Philippine society? Sige, Haki, go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon na pala. Hello po. So I'm a representative from the National Council for Children's Television. I would like to think that there are many efforts in building a media literate society within formal and informal means. But the reality is literacy and poverty are big barriers in forming any media literate society. And I feel like if we do not address basic literacy, I think there's a mention of that in one of the handouts. Na you can't say someone is media literate if they aren't literate at all. You can't say someone is literate if they are not media literate. So bale para nakapaloob na yung literacy sa pag-intindi din ng pagbabasa din ng media. So base lang sa nararamdaman natin sa online space, and I think from me and my experience sa trabaho, parang malayo pa tayo sa media literate society. I think we are aware media in a huge way. I think dahil hindi na luxury din kasi yung access to the internet. There's still a gap, pero hindi na siya ganun ka far out from people, especially those in the lowest classes. But ayun nga, parang using media is different from creating it and analyzing it. Ayun nga yung nilinisas natin kanina. So ayun, for me, siguro kung per percentage tayo, siguro parang 25%. So yun. Pero ano lang yan, fun number lang yan. Hello po, bye.
Sige, thank you, Hannah. Bago tayo lumipat sa question number 2, nakataas din yung kamay ni Sir Joseph. Sige, go ahead, sir.
Alright, magandang hapon po sa lahat. For the first question, I think we have to dissect yung idea o ng question based on number 1, media literacy in terms of institution, and then media literacy in terms of culture. Kasi kung institution yung pag-uusapan natin, clear naman from the presentation of our speaker, Sir Marlon, meron naman siyang mga mechanism na ginagawa na, especially in our education system. Pero in terms of culture, paano ba natin siya nakikita na integrated sa action natin kapag tayo ay nagkukonsume na ng media? And we all know na kapag kultura yung inaatake natin, hindi lang siya sa struktura, bagkus dun sa paningin or pananaw ng tao kung ano yung kinukonsume nila na media. And right now, because nasa digital world na tayo, even as how do we process or how do we produce media, yun siguro yung parang pinaka-importante din nating tignan. So in terms of the question, yung near or kung far pa ba tayo of achieving or building media literacy or media literate Philippine society. Sa akin, malayo pa dahil hindi pa sakto, no, o hindi pa buo yung mga mekanismo natin. Again, may mechanism tayo sa ating education system, but definitely dapat partneran natin siya ng kultura ng pagpapanatili natin the way we try to produce and consume media. Kasi ngayon, blurred na yun eh. Even as consumers of media, content creator na rin tayo. So I think yun yung point of reflection natin for the first question. So maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Sir Joseph. No, maganda yung sinabi ni Sir Joseph, no, na answering this question involves determining ano ba yung indicators natin, no, para masabi yung how near or how far. Kasi marami tayong pwedeng tingnan, no. Is this about the inclusion of policies, introduction of policies, or how robust the non-government side of things are doing? Because if we look at that, marami-rami, no? Ang dami nating mga nakitang mga innovations na ginagawa, ang daming resources, ang daming organizations. Pero nire-recognize din natin, no? If we actually look at our actual media itself, our media institutions, yung bang ating journalistic industry, kamusta sila? Hindi ba naghihingalo na sila, no? Hirap na hirap silang makipaglaban o makipagkompetensya sa mga alternative media sources, no? So, it's important for us to consider those. Meron pa tayong dalawang naka-raise ng hand. Hopefully, both of you are interested to answer question number 2 because we want to shift to that. No, mauubos na kasi yung oras natin. No? Yung question number 2 kasi natin is, do you think we are overestimating the role of media literacy in solving disinformation? No? Sige, Ms. Roslyn, you want to take on this second question?
Hello po, good afternoon po sa lahat. Actually po, ang gusto ko po answer number 1, but since nasa number 2 na tayo, sana makonect naman. So actually, about doon sa sinabi ng nila, ang mga naunang nag-raise ng hands, about sa media literacy, based sa sector namin dito sa probinsya, kasi nasa probinsya po ako sa Mindanao. Ang pinakaunang problema po dito is yung access, number 1, access. Siyempre, dito po sa Mindanao, sa province, ang access lang kadalasan ng mga tao is mostly Facebook lang. So wala silang access to search more, para mas may pa sila, mas makita pa nila kung ano ba talaga yung news na naririnig nila. Kasi kung ano lang yung nakikita nila sa Facebook, yun na yung pinapaniwalaan nila. Kaya ang nakita ko po talaga, isa din talaga sa nagpo-push sa akin, bakit po ako sumali dito, is I want to educate them na wag lang tayo basta-basta maniniwala sa kung ano yung nakikita at nababasa natin sa Facebook. So yun lang po.
Right. Thank you very much, no, Ma'am Roslyn. Actually, to connect that to question number 2, no, media literacy, I think I've mentioned this earlier, no, it has been regarded by some people as this sort of magic pill, no, or parang panacea, no, na this will solve all of our problems, or at least solve the disinformation problem. But I guess that the recent elections was a wake-up call for a lot of people that media literacy has its limitations, or at least there's a need for us to further understand what are the limitations of media literacy. That's one. Number 2 is how else can we expand it and innovate it? Maybe our current notion of media literacy is rather limited or limiting. One of the key things that isa sa mga pet peeve ko ay yung pag sinabing media literacy, ang naiisip lang is fact-checking. I have nothing against fact-checking. No, I love fact-checkers. They do a lot of very important work. But media literacy does not equate to fact-checking. No? And there are a lot of things that we need to do that involves media literacy that is outside the scale of fact-checking. Our ability to talk to each other, right? Their ability to converse with people who have different opinions than ours, medyo labas na yun sa labas yun sa fact-checking eh. Yung pakikipag-usap sa tao, no, na hindi natin kausap, na hindi natin kapares ng opinion. nandoon din yung psychology ng fake news, no? Na kung saan maraming tao, kahit na bagsakan natin sila ng bagsakan ng facts, ay hindi sila makikinig sa atin. So, paano natin magagamit yung media literacy to address this reality that we are facing right now? So, perhaps there is a point in saying that media literacy might be overrated in a sense that we put a lot of burden to it, that it can solve a lot of things. But in reality, marami pa tayong hindi ginagawa pagdating sa paggamit natin ng media literacy. And number two, marami tayong mga iba pa ring pwedeng gawin outside the sphere of media literacy, such as dealing with the platforms, for example. No? How can we work with or how can we lobby Facebook, Google, YouTube? How can we make them work towards making their spaces safer and more productive, for democracy? Medyo labas na yun sa media literacy education, pero definitely that's a step that is important for us to make a dent dito sa ating disinformation phenomenon. There are more people typing in their takes dito sa chat. Thank you very much po. I'm reading them right now. For those of you who have other insights or questions, please don't hesitate to type it sa ating chat. But I guess I am running out of time. I'm now going to flash my last slide. I want to thank everyone for having me this afternoon. If you want to learn more about the work that we do, those are my good friends and co-founders, Sarah and Darlene. Please follow us in our socials. If you scan the QR code, that will lead you to our link tree where all of our socials and pages are. Maraming salamat po, and let's keep working towards a media literate society. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlon. That was a very detailed discussion on media literacy. Let's all give a round of applause now for Marlon. And of course, we're not going to do our Q&A anymore. I guess you guys have already hosted that. Marlon moderated it himself already. So we're just going to flash the certificate right away for the benefit of time. Okay, let me just read the citation. The certificate of appreciation is given to Mr. Marlon Nombrado for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise on media literacy and awareness during the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program 2022 to 23 Training of Trainers on July 16th, 2022. So given the 16th day of the same year and month, signed by yours truly and the program manager of the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program, Crescencia Novianti. This is a joint project of Break the Fake, Limitless Lab, ASEAN Digital Literacy Program organizers with support from google.org and the ASEAN Foundation. Thank you so much, Marlon.
Thank you, Gab, and thank you, everyone. Let's continue working together. A lot of things, a lot of exciting new things that we're preparing, and we're hoping that you are all interested to remain involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and stay safe. So that's our first module for the day, and that is so far the third module we have tackled so far in this training of master trainers. Now we're going to have a very quick break. And if you would like to have a health break, because I know that a lot of you wanted to actually do a health break in between modules, feel free to do so. Participating in our engagement activity is optional, but we do highly encourage you to join us in our game because we are going to give 500 pesos again for the winner of this Kahoot game. By the way, just to insert, we have already sent the payment for the winners of the previous Kahoot games for day one. So we're going to pass this on to our resident game show host, Mr. Paulo Ordonio, for the game about fact-checking and disinformation. Handing this over to you, Paulo.
Thanks, Gab. Ayan. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. And like what Gab said, you are free to have your quick break. You go to the comfort room or you grab your snacks while we are having this engagement activity. So this is, voluntary, but a special prize await for those who will be the first placer again for our game, for this activity. So last week nga, dalawang nanalo, and like what Gab said, tumataginting na 500 pesos na isisend sa inyong GCash account if you will win our game. So feel free to join, and this is a very fun and easy game. A review on our last module about fact checking. Let me request the tech team to put up now on our slide our Canva presentation for our emoji game Break the Fake edition. So on the next slide, we are going to see the instruction for this activity. So this is a very simple instruction. Using the series of emoji as a clue, guess the word per slide. So all words are related to fact, news, and disinformation. So for example, you're seeing the clue. So it's a letter F plus the emoji is a cake. So you're just going to get the first three letters. So hindi pwedeng yung isang emoji ay hindi gamitin lahat ng letters, or pwede na dalawa lang doon or tatlo. So pagganahin natin ang ating mga critical mindset sa mga oras na ito. So how to join? I'm going to tell nga, so you will just maximize the Zoom chat box. The first person to give the correct answer will be given a 1-point score, and at the end of this game, bibigyan natin ng recognition ang first prize, and he or she will win a special prize. So I'm giving you a 1 minute para makapag-ready kayo. So yung mga nasa comfort room for grabbing a snack, they can join us as well. So we'll start by 2:30. Okay, is everyone's ready? Ayan, so I think everyone's ready. Can you just type number 1 in our chat box if everyone's ready? Yan, so ready na among keyboard warriors natin. Again, the first person to give the right answer will have the point. Let's start now. Next slide. Okay, let's wait for the first slide. So, okay, are you ready? Then let's have now the first word to identify. Okay, so what is this? It's a con plus an emoji. Okay, so 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is, let's see, consent. Okay, so our co-team from Break the Fake is checking our chat box, and mamaya natin sasabihin kung sino ang unang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, let's proceed to the next slide. Okay, what word is this? Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and the correct answer for this one is, let us see. Oh, it's identity. So the emoji is I. Then the next one is a dentist, or just get the den. And then a teapot, just getting the T, and the letters T and Y. Okay, marami nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Let's now proceed to the third slide. Okay. What word is this? We have 3 emojis plus letter M and E sa dulo. Ayan. So what word is this? Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is, let's see on the next slide, it's cybercrime. Okay, marami ulit nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Let's proceed to the next slide. Okay, what word is okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is, let us see, it's disinform. Okay, may mga nakita tayong sumobra ng mga onting letra. Again, the last letters are R and M. So it should be disinform. Okay, mukhang may leading na ba tayo ngayon on our fifth question? Sige, kung wala pa, let's proceed to the sixth slide. Baka meron ng manguna ngayon sa ating scoreboard. Okay, it's just a very simple word. Okay. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is the first emoji is a frame and adding a letter of ing. Okay, next, let's proceed to the next slide for our next emojis. Okay, it's a very simple word. Okay, an emoji of a girl plus the word use. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer for this, it's misuse. Ayan. So let's see our chat box. Marami nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Again, all of these words are related to our second module, which is the fact-checking and disinformation. And also, it's part of your reading, kaya I think you can review it as well during your own time. So I'm just waiting for our tech team as they are finalizing our scoreboard. Ayan, so next slide. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 9. Okay. Okay, madali lang din ito. So what is this? It's an emoji of a sea creature plus the letters ing. Okay. Let's okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer for this is, let me see. Okay, it's fishing. Okay. So let us see nga the chat box. Okay, marami rin ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, let's proceed to the next slide. Okay, so what word is this? We're seeing an emoji of a flying insect plus letter C. Again, ito yung nagamit na natin kanina, the letter M. Okay, what letter is this? What word kaya is this? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct word for this is, let us see, it's victim. Okay, marami uli ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. And let's proceed to the next slide. Ayan, meron na atang nangunguna sa ating leaderboard. And pagpasensyahan nyo na kung wala tayong music. Ayan, dahil ang tawag dito, siesta time, kaya ano lang, chill-chill lang tayo with the game. Wag na tayo muna mag-music. Anyway, what word is this seeing on your, seeing on our slide? Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct word for this is, it's fake news. Ayan. Okay, so F then plus the AKE of the cake and the news. Okay, let's proceed to the next slide. If I'm correct, may last one pa ba? Okay. So what word is this? 2 words ito. Medyo mahirap-hirap ito. So what do you think is our right answer for this? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer for this, which is also related to what we've discussed on this module. The word is critical thinking. And yan, marami rin ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. I think this is the last slide. And I will just ask our friends from Break the Fake, sino kaya ang ating panalo sa oras na ito? Okay, is this the final? Okay, I'm just seeing the tally board. Is this the name final? Okay. Okay ha, ano po mahigpit ang laban. Titignan ng ating tech team. Medyo nahihirapan silang i-compute kasi ang dami po na pare-pareho nakuha ang tamang sagot. Okay? So, what will be our decision? Okay, so yan. Na-tally na at na-audit ng ating kasama sa Break the Fake ang ating mga, okay, take note of that word, ang ating mga panalo because we have winners for this game na pareho silang may parehong puntos. May I ask from the team what nakailan silang puntos? Okay, so as I is still checking, but we have now the name of the two winners and they are Charles Masirag and John Derek Flores. Again, their names are Charles Masirag and John Derek Flores. Okay, both of you won 500 pesos that we will be sending in your GCash account. So please chat me directly so that we can process sending your prize. So again, congratulations, Charles Masirag and John Derek Flores. So later again, we will be having a keyboard warrior game. So get ready after ng ating next module. So I'm now turning back the virtual floor to Gab.
Okay, thank you so much, Paolo. No, that is very interesting, very unique of a game. And I believe that those people who would like to rest were able to rest already. So sana ay nakapag-rest, no, nakapag-relax dahil ang next topic natin will be a bit heavy na naman. So social media has given people a way to no longer be blindly absorbed by mainstream media. From consumers of news, political, and societal opinions, social media users have become what you call prosumers, individuals who can easily produce content and voice out opinions through different various social media channels. And this is what you call participatory culture. However, as in most cases, an excess of things can cause more problems than solutions. We've seen a lot of different cultures: smart shaming, call out culture, cancel culture. These are just some of repercussions that can cause permanent shame, error of judgment, and a lot of harms to different audiences that we have. To be a proactive and aware member of the society, it's important that we learn how to navigate the fine lines that thread the world of participatory culture in a positive and creative way that advocates for just causes and truth. And to speak about that, we have Jules Gyang, the head of community of Rappler. But let me just quickly introduce Jules furthermore. Jules, more than being the head of community of one of the one of the biggest media giants in the Philippines, he's also a host, youth leader, and entrepreneur. He hosted PTV4's morning show for 8 years. He's actively involved in youth empowerment. He is the chairperson of the 2030 Youth Force Asia Pacific Regional Council, and among many other different achievements like co-founding the Hatch Hub and the Quarantalk Media at the time of the pandemic. So let's all welcome to our virtual stage, Mr. Giang.
Thank you so much, Gab. And hello everyone, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Gab, I'll share na.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Okay. Ayan, okay. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Maraming salamat po sa pag-invite sa akin. And thank you so much. We have very good attendance on a Saturday. So thank you. So yeah, I'm tasked to talk about how can we create a culture of positive participation, especially in the realm of social media. It really democratize our participation, no? Talagang we can give our inputs, our takes in almost everything. Kahit na nasa larangan natin yan o wala sa larangan natin, we have the capacity, we have the access to say anything that we want or that we think, whether right or wrong. Nakakapag-input tayo, kumbaga may ambag tayo sa lahat ng mga nangyari sa social media. So it really democratized everything. But when we're thinking about the realm of social media, talagang we in a gist, no, we can say it's totally a whole new world. I mean, Facebook now is Meta and they're introducing Metaverse. And I've read some articles nga saying na will Metaverse actually parang save the poor nations out of poverty, which I think is really ridiculous. Kasi obviously, hindi naman talaga maaalis sa kahirapan yung mga tao just because you're introducing a Metaverse, where in fact the real world is hindi naman talaga ganun yung reality. So yun yung ilan sa mga complications, no, at yung mga nakakatakot na realities na kinakaharap natin. But when we're talking about social media or internet as a whole, it's a whole new world because it's limitless and it's affordable. The connectivity is affordable. I remember 7 years ago, I visited an OFW family, actually immigrants in the US, no. They were saying na way back in the 70s or 80s when they transferred to the US to work, almost a chunk or more than half of their salary they save it for calls, for long distance calls. Ganun kamahal before. But unlike now, you just need data, you just need strong internet anywhere. You can connect to your family. So ito yung benefits that we're seeing with the internet, with social media right now. And of course, entertainment on demand. We've seen that with Netflix, with I1 TV, diba? Anytime, anywhere you can watch any series, any movies, and even mainstream media, yun na rin yung ginagawa ngayon kasi on demand na talaga yung pinakasikat. Diba? With the denial of the franchise of ABS-CBN, nag-shift sila totally to digital, and I think it's really working good for them kasi pina-improve nila yung platforms nila, and okay naman so far yung platforms nila, tapos dumadagdag pa yung mga content nila. So nag-a-adjust lahat ng mga traditional media natin para magkaroon ng ganitong platform kasi nga on demand na yung pinaka-in at the moment. And e-commerce, diba? We've seen this in the past 2 years when the pandemic started and the lockdowns. You can utilize marketplace on Facebook. Of course, you have Shopee, you have Lazada, etc. But Facebook marketplace, diba? Anyone can really sell anything, diba? So talagang nakatulong din siya economically somehow dun sa iba nating mga kababayan. So ilan to sa mga tatlong bagay na nakatulong sa mga users natin: connectivity, entertainment, and e-commerce. I place entertainment here kasi one of the reasons na ilabas doon sa list ng We Are Social for 2022. Every year they release reports. Later on, I'll be showing a graphic about it. One of the reasons why Filipinos sign in to their accounts or connect to their phones and check the internet is for entertainment. So very important na mailagay natin siya dito sa top lines natin. So all in all, it's really a whole new world for all of us. Howie Severino before said in one of his talks na our generation is the most powerful generation yet. Why? Kasi we have access to vast information. Anything that you want to know, i-google mo lang yan, may lalabas agad na mga information. Sadly, whether right or wrong, merong lalabas sa information. So ganun ka-vast yung information. And on the flip side, no, it's also kind of dangerous kasi pwedeng gamitin itong opportunity na to for other people na merong ibang agenda para i-mislead yung mga tao towards their own interest, towards their own agenda. So you have access to vast information. Unlike before, of course, no, siguro most of you naman have experience going to libraries pa rin, hopefully. yung manual na Dewey Decimal, everything, hahanapin mo pa lahat sa mga libro. Iba na siya right now kasi kahit anong mga questions you have in mind, you just type it on Google, lalabas agad yung mga information. For us in CSOs, in civil society, those who are part of NGOs there, it's easier now to organize and mobilize. Diba? Back then, when you talk to organizers post-EDSA, no, mga 1986, it's really mano-mano talaga na, of course, you have there are telephones na rin naman that time, but talagang mano-mano na kapag nag-usap kayo na ganitong oras kayo magkikita sa lugar na to, yun yung dapat yung puntahan, 'di ba? But right now, with Facebook, for example, mag-event page ka lang dyan, mag-post ka lang ng mga graphics ninyo, ng mga art cards ninyo, you can easily cascade information to organize and mobilize, 'di ba? For the past 2 years, again, let's contextualize again in the pandemic. It was so easy to create events like this, 'di ba? Webinars. Mas madali na siya as to comparing it to physical events na you have to rent a venue, 'di ba? Send out prepare food, a sound system, etc. Ngayon, you have Zoom, you have Google Meet, etc. para magkaroon ka ng mga events for mobilizing. And lastly, direct lobbying. How do we lobby directly to the power of the land, 'di ba? Twitter, Facebook, 'di ba? When we're talking about public policy kasi, kasama dito yung konsepto ng public clamor. Important aspect yun dapat. And public clamor means kung ano yung saloobin, kung ano yung mga hinaing ng mga kababayan natin. If we'll contextualize it to Twitter, kung ano yung trending so far na hashtags, 'di ba? Kaya may mga hashtag or Twitter parties para paingayin or i-amplify yung isang call at a very very specific moment. So the use of amplifying or mainstreaming those kinds of calls is really to get the attention of those in power, 'di ba? And some of our politicians or public servants are actually listening, 'di ba? Thankfully, 'di ba? But some are also not recognizing these calls. So two sides pa rin siya, pero if we'll check the benefit of social media at least, no, mas makakapag-direct lobby ka. For example, in the US, you have this very progressive representative, Alexandria, what's her surname? Si AOC, 'di ba? Cortez, 'di ba? Cortez ba tama ba? AOC. So very much involved siya sa pakikipag-usap sa mga constituents niya. And you have also other examples here in the Philippines. You have Vico Soto na very active din and very distinct yung characteristic niya kapag nakikipag-engage sa iba't ibang mga tao. And in the past elections, 'di ba, you've seen the importance of social media in the campaigning. And of course, mapasok din naman dito yung disinformation, which I'll be discussing very quick then later. So, if we're talking about participation, lalo na for those who are organizing or mobilizers here in the audience, no, it's very important that we're talking about how can we create impact online. Kasi ang dami ng mga tao sa social media, 'di ba? May iba't iba kung may mga clicks tayo on ground, pagdating sa online, marami din diyang iba't ibang mga clicks, 'di ba? Kaso minsan ang mindset natin, alam na to ng mga kababayan natin kasi pinost na natin, pero hindi natin na-realize na kasi we have different algorithms, 'di ba? Iba yung nakikita ko sa feed ko, iba yung nakikita ko sa feed mo. But yun yung mga considerations na kailangan natin isipin. So, as organizers, as leaders in your organizations, how can we really create impact online? So, very basic, 'di ba? At first, know what bothers you most, 'di ba? What issues bother you most? Ano ba yung issue na nababother kapag gumising ka? 'Di ba? Kunwari, disinformation ba 'yan? Yung mataas ba na prices ng oil? Yun ba yung mga issues na nagbabother sa'yo? Pwede yung i-share ngayon ano yung mga issues na nagbabother sa inyo on a daily basis. So, you also ask yourself, why are you bothered by this issue? Dahil ba hindi ka makapagpagas kasi sobrang mahal? Dahil ba yung mga jeepney drivers natin, hindi sila makapasada kasi wala silang pambayad dahil sa mataas na presyo ng gasolina, 'Di ba? May iba't iba tayong mga dahilan kung bakit ito nagbabother sa atin. And what triggered you to think of that issue as an issue that bothers you the most? 'Di ba? Ito yung mga self-reflection issues na kailangan natin puntahan from the very start bago ka mag-create ng impact. Okay? So, may dalawang bagay na pwede kang gawin. It's either magiging reactive ka or magiging proactive ka. Of course, in an ideal world, you want to react proactively. So what can you do about it? 'Di ba? Isipin mo, kung pag-uusapan mo ang usapin ng disinformation, anong pwede mong gawin from your level alone? 'Di ba? On a personal level, anong pwede mong gawin sa disinformation? Sasabihin mo ba yung mga kaibigan mo or at least pamilya mo muna kapag nagsishare sila ng disinformation, mali yang na-share mo or bakit mo sinare yan? Kasi kapag mali agad yung sinabi mo, parang di ba? Nagkakaroon agad ng gap between the two of you. So you ask muna that person, why did you share this content? Dahil ba ito lang yung nasa feed mo? Ito lang yung nasa algorithm mo? So you think about that question first. What can you do about it? Ano yung mga possible solutions? 'Di ba? From your end, pwede mong makontrol siguro kahit papano yung nasa paligid mo, yung nasa family mo, yung nasa friends mo, you can talk to them directly. But how about the millions of other Filipinos? 'Di ba? Or thousands in your communities na nag-share din ng disinformation. So isipin natin yung iba't ibang mga solusyon kasi hindi naman pwede kausapin mo sila lahat isa-isa. Mauubos yung oras mo. And what are the scope and limits of your capacity? Ayun. So isa to sa mga frustrations, 'di ba, ng iba't ibang mga youth leaders, ng iba't ibang mga organizers na bakit walang tayong impact na nakikita? Bakit tuloy-tuloy pa rin kunwari yung disinformation kahit na binuhos na natin lahat ng mga efforts natin dito, bakit tuloy-tuloy pa rin? So it's very important that we limit our scope, 'di ba? Para ma-set natin expectations from the very start. Okay? So what can we do about it? 'Di ba? You join or create. 'Di ba? Is there an existing advocacy already that responds to this issue? 'Di ba? Meron na bang mga organizations? Kunwari kanina, 'di ba, si Marlon, he's part of OOTB. So very much embedded sila with MIL. So you can join them or support their materials, 'di ba? You share their materials. So is there an existing advocacy that responds to this issue? You ask that. If yes, know more about this organization or the organizers. For example, know more about OOTB. 'Di ba? Do their values align to yours? Kung yes, edi reach out to Marlon. 'Di ba? Sinabi na kanina yung mga social media, yung mga socials nila. And you also think, for your own interest then, will you grow as an advocate with this group? 'Di ba? Kasi syempre kapag sasali ka doon, maglalaan ka ng oras, dapat isipin mo rin, ano ba yung gusto mong mahita? 'Di ba? On a personal level, gusto mo bang maging advocate against disinformation? Gusto mo bang maging advocate ng MIL? Kung no naman, know more about the issue. For example, in your community, if you're part of a city or a barangay na hindi talaga ganun ka popular on disinformation, know more about the issue. For example, by attending this webinar, 'di ba, mas matututo ka doon sa mga iba't ibang mga experts natin. You can also crowdsource online. Who wants to advocate with you? You may start with your friends. Again, i-contextualize natin in your own community, in your barangay. If you think na marami sa mga kapitbahay nyo ay naniniwala sa disinformation, why not talk to your kapitbahays, 'di ba? Are you interested to be part of this initiative? 'Di ba? Tapos you meet with them, you brainstorm, you plan, you launch online or offline, and then you recruit para mas lumaki yung community ninyo. Basic lang naman lahat 'to. For example, nabanggit kanina ni Gab, no, na I'm part of 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines. This was way back in 2016 ata. So I just posted this on Facebook. Are you interested? Are you a youth leader interested with the SDGs or the Sustainable Development Goals? Comment here. We're brewing up something with the UN volunteers in the 2030 Youth Force. And then, just because of this post, we were able to create an NGO right now, which is still running for the past 5 years. So what was the issue here? The lack of intersectionality of advocacies. So yung mga comments kasi here, iba't iba silang mga leaders ng iba't ibang mga advocacies, and they wanted na magkaroon ng intersection. Okay, so the advocacy na nakita namin is Sustainable Development Goals. And what was the solution? Create an organization for the SDGs. And the output was 2030 Youth Force. So plainly, we started as an online, as a Facebook post, but right now, you can really translate it to something very productive, which is still running right now. Another one, Facts First PH. What is Facts First PH? Let me play this very quick video. I hope you can hear the video, the audio. Can you hear it? So that's Facts First PH. So let's break it down. No? What was the issue? Disinformation. Diba? Time and time again, laging lumalabas yung usapin ng disinformation, misinformation, malinformation. But para mas maging malinaw, no, very, very simply, when we're talking about disinformation, merong intent. Diba? May intention to really mislead or to misinform. Diba? Na malito, to twist the facts. Yun ang disinformation kasi may intention. Kapag misinformation kasi usually kapag binabanggit ko to on a very simple way, no, yung mga misinformed people usually victims lang sila ng buong ecosystem of the disinformation, 'di ba? Kasi nung ibinaba na sa kanila, kinascade na sa kanila yung mga impormasyon, hindi naman nila alam from the very start na mali ito 'di ba? Yung intention ng galing dito sa enablers, doon sa creators ng disinformation. Tapos kapag kumalat na siya sa iba't ibang mga networks, most probably, doon sa 10 nakakuha dito, pwedeng 8 o 9 people yung hindi aware kung ano yung totoong katotohanan doon sa matter na yon. So, yun yung difference doon. So, ang issue here, babalik ako dito, disinformation. What's the advocacy? Of course, we want to protect and defend the facts. For example, historical distortion, 'di ba? Iba-ibang mga terms na 'yan, may denialism, may distortion, may iba-ibang terms, okay? Plug ko na rin dito, you can watch my interview with Boy Abunda and Xiao Chua, which was aired yesterday. You can just go to Raptors YouTube or Boy Abunda's YouTube page. We had a 1-hour meaningful discussion about is history like chismis. So panoorin niyo lang yun later. It's a totally different conversation, no? But nabanggit ko siya kasi we need to protect the facts. Okay? Kasi kahit yung kasaysayan natin, threatened na rin siya ngayon. So, that's one of the reasons why we created this, di ba? Yung advocacy. And what's the solution? It should be a whole of society approach to counter disinformation. Kasi kaming nasa media, kaming mga practitioners ng media, hindi namin kakayanin na kami lang. Di ba? Kasi yes, from the very start, pre-social media, ang mga journalists natin ang tinaguri ang gatekeepers of truth. But sila naging gatekeepers. I know when you hear gatekeeping, 'di ba? Parang medyo may negative connotation na siya. Pero before, journalists are considered as gatekeepers of truth because merong proseso na pinagdadaanan ang mga journalists natin bago sila maglabas ng mga balita. Hindi naman porket kinover nila agad yan, ilalabas agad nila. Usually, kapag may istorya ka, whether online yan, sa newspaper, o sa radyo, o sa television, sinasala muna yan ng mga editors, ng iba't ibang mga tao doon sa cycle nila. Okay, merong proseso. Ginagabayan din sila ng ethical code of conduct, 'di ba? Parang sa public servants natin, meron ding code of ethics ang mga journalists natin. So ito yung mga gumagabay sa atin. So, limitado kung journalists lang ang kikilos para labanan ng disinformation. It should be a whole of society approach. So what we're doing with Facts First PH right now, we have several layers. You have the news layer, ito yung mga journalists natin. You have the NGOs, you have the CSOs, which we call the mesh. Kasi very important ang role ng mga organized groups para paingayin yung advocacy natin against disinformation. You also have the research layer. Itong research layer natin sa Facts First PH, it's composed of several research institutions, and what they're doing is really to produce comprehensive studies on the whys. Ano yung whys na to? Bakit ginagawa ito ng mga enablers, 'di ba? Ng mga producers of this information? Ano yung motivation nila, 'di ba? Bakit ano yung reception ng pagtanggap ng audience kapag nakakuha sila ng disinformation? So that's the third layer. The fourth layer is you have the legal layer. Kasi what we wanted to do here with Facts First PH is not really just to counter disinformation. Kailangan mas proactive pa. Accountability is very important dito sa legal layer. So we have filed cases for several against several enablers of disinformation. So simultaneously, these layers are working to protect the facts. Okay? So yun yung reason kaya tayo gumawa ng Facts First PH. Okay? So now, going back to the top line, let's pull up. Ito, very basic ito. With power comes great responsibility. So ano ba yung mga duties natin? Lalo na bahagi tayo nitong mundo ng social media. We engage to inform. Okay? Kasi very important na nag-engage tayo para magkaroon ng conversations. We're not engaging with people to create bridges. We are engaging to create bridges and not walls rather. Okay? So, bakit ko nasabi to? Kasi merong tendency tayo, 'di ba? Kapag alam natin na very passionate tayo dito sa advocacy ng MIL or against disinformation, 'di ba? Binibigay natin yung lahat natin eh. At kapag naka-encounter tayo ng disinformation, yung unang ma-feel natin, 'di ba? Naturally, parang magagalit tayo na bakit nyo sinishare yan? 'Di ba kung ano-ano ng mga words yung naiisip nyo na gusto nyo sabihin, minsan nga sinasabi pa natin. So instead of engaging them para mahamig natin sila doon sa side natin, we're creating walls. Kung sasabihin mo silang bobo ka, ba't mo sinabi yan? Tanga-tanga mo kasi, kaya mo sinabi yan, 'di ba? Mali ka kasi, 'di ba? So instead of letting them know, 'di ba? We're just creating walls. Next, never assume that people are already aware. This is another thing na kailangan nating baguhin siguro sa approach natin, na hindi naman lahat merong pribilehiyo na or luxury of time even to attend webinars like this. So it's our responsibility after this webinar to think of ways what kind of approach yung magiging applicable to our own communities, kasi iba-iba yung konteksto ng mga komunidad natin. So dapat makapag-isip tayo ng mga approach na mas mapapakinggan natin sila at makikinig sila sa atin. So more on vice versa, dapat yung communication natin, hindi lang natin siya binababa. We're not there, you're not going to a community to basically educate them or just empower them. Kasi by saying that, there's an assumption na they are less educated or they are not empowered at all. So yun yung yun yung mga pivots recently in the organizing world, na kailangan magkaroon tayo ng tweaks even with the terms, with the concepts, para mas maging level-headed tayo with the communities that we are working with. And try to engage even to trolls. Not really every time, lagi kong binabanggit to kasi, for example, meron tayong mga flybys na tinatawag. Sino tong mga flybys na to? For example, if you're going to a Facebook post in a mainstream media, kunwari, sisilipin mo yung comment section. I know it's exhausting, 'di ba, nabasahin yung mga comment section. Pero paano kung yung laman ng comment section na yon ay mga trolls lahat? Okay, and they are propagating as certain narrative, 'di ba? Basically, and their point is to say na mali yung balita. Okay? Or kaya sinusuportahan nila yung isang balita. Either kung ano yung agenda nila. Si Flyby, ako na walang alam sa issue, nakita ko to accidentally sa algorithm ko. Sinilip ko yung comment section at walang nag-engage dun sa mga trolls na nag-comment. Kunwari, 10 trolls yung nagko-comment doon, sinasabi nila na the world is flat. 'Di ba? Tapos si Flyby, hindi niya alam kung flat o bilog yung mundo. So since nakita niya, 10 yung nagsasabing trolls doon na the world is flat, si Flyby, isipin niya, baka nga the world is flat kasi 10 yung nagsasabi dito eh. Pero ikaw na nakita mo yung trolls na to, alam mong hindi the world is flat, hindi mo binangga yung naratibo ng mga trolls na to, hindi tayo nakatulong doon sa ibang mga Flyby. So lagi sinasabi, just engage once. Pwedeng kumita sila ng ilang piso o thousands because of that engagement, pero at least meron kang na-save na ibang mga Flybys para mapaisip sila, ay merong tumabla doon sa narrative ng marami. So mas mapapaisip siya. Okay? But don't engage every time kasi sayang lang din yung oras ninyo. Number 2, you organize. Diba? Of course, victory loves preparation. Diba? Hard work pays off so long as it is strategic, and you create online groups, chat rooms to brainstorm. To tactic na yan. So it's very important, For example, what we're doing with Facts First PH, it will really take your time, but you really need to focus doon sa pinaka-advocacy ninyo para magkaroon kayo ng positive participation. So, kailangan from the very start, engage and aligned sila doon sa pinaka-objectives ninyo. Okay? And then you mobilize, diba? You think online and you act offline. This is one thing that we need to also adjust now that we are in a new normal, but I'd rather call it better normal. So, kailangan ba online lang tayo lahat ngayon? Of course, ito na naman si COVID, no? Nagsa-surge na naman siya. Pero, kailangan kasi hindi tayo naiiwan lang sa online world. Yun din yung hamon sa amin sa Facts First PH kasi we started na online lang but we realized, no, we learned with our partners, especially from the CSO partners, na hindi pa pwedeng online lang kasi yung disinformation na pinag-uusapan natin, tumatagos na rin siya sa offline, 'di ba, sa on ground. And we've seen that in the elections, 'di ba? Pumunta ka sa iba't, lalo na yung mga nag-house to house siguro sa inyo, nakikita natin yung narratives online, naririnig na natin siya on ground. So tumatagos talaga siya. So it's very important na hindi tayo nakukulong sa online lang. And we consider the marginalized, especially those who have no access to the internet, 'di ba? Yung cultural kasi to sa ating mga Pilipino na yung sabi-sabi, 'di ba? Mga hearsay. Sabi kasi na ganito, 'di ba nga kaya nga lumabas yung term na marites kasi sa kasamang palad nasa kultura na natin kahit yung pagchichismis, 'di ba, yung gossiping, 'di ba? Nandun talaga siya. Pero I'm not saying it's part of our history, no? Pero it's really part of our culture already, yung people to people, person to person and group to group engagement natin. So we really need to think how we can link online to offline yung mga efforts natin. Okay? And there are different modes of mobilization. No? We need to think of other approaches. And it's also very important to note na nothing is more superior than the other. Kasi sa civil society, may mga debate rin na pinag-uusapan yan na online lang naman yan 'di ba? Na dapat dito tayo lagi sa offline. Hindi natin pwedeng pagbanggain yan. Dapat nga mas nagko-complement yan. So kailangan natin ma-realize, lalo na sa panahon ngayon, na dapat yung mga nasa civil society, kung isa lang din naman yung agenda ninyo, wag na tayo mag-competition. Kung at the end of the day, kung isa lang din naman yung agenda natin, mag-collaborate na lang tayo. Okay? And of course, very basic, you need to set goals. Ano ba yung success indicators ninyo? For example, babalik ako sa Facts First PH. For the past 6 months since we started ng Feb until this July, one of our success indicators is to produce at least 1,000 initiative. Okay, so sila yung tumutulong din sa amin para syempre mas mapalaganap natin yung fact checking. Pagdating sa legal, sa accountability layer natin, ilan yung mga kailangan natin makasuhan o ilan yung mga kailangan natin magkaroon basically ng deterrence. When we're talking about deterrence, na kapag nagsimula ka mag-file ng case sa isang enabler ng disinformation, it could have a domino ripple effect doon sa iba't ibang mga enablers na merong kinasuhan. So baka mapaisip sila na tumigil na sila. So yun, it's very important na we need to set our success indicators. We need to make it sustainable, 'di ba? Kailangan ba during election period lang, 'di ba? Dapat kung very active tayo ng election period, hindi yun yung magiging katapusan kahit tapos na election period. Sana simula lang siya. I know it's easier said than done, but hopefully lahat ng mga efforts na sinimulan natin doon, masustain natin siya. Even from our end, we will be sustaining Facts First PH kahit tapos na yung elections, but of course, the narrative right now is different kasi wala pang election. It's in 3 years and in 6 years pa. So ano yung mga milestones sa kailangan natin iset para yung mga partners natin ma-feel nila na they are still into this? Why do they need to fact check? 'Di ba? Before kasi we need to fact check para at least makatulong tayo na tablahin yung mga kasinungalingan o yung mga maling impormasyon sa mga na nako-consume ng mabotante natin. Okay? And you go beyond the likes, the follows, you choose impact. Ano lang 'yan? Parang of course that's part of expansion of your advocacy, but it's important na beyond the likes, beyond the follows of your advocacy, yung impact talaga ay very important. Ano ba yung real world impact na na-produce ng iyong advokasya? Okay. So At very basic din na binabanggit lagi dito sa mga trainings natin, how can we be a responsible social media user? So I'll be showing several videos along this talk, no. This was in partnership with the US Embassy in the Philippines a few years ago, which I co-hosted with Gretchen Ho. So quick lang daw.
Now more than ever, it is important that we remain responsible users of social media to keep this powerful tool useful and positive.
Here are some ways we can help the social media world become a safe and healthy environment for everyone.
In order to continue enjoying social media, we need to be responsible when sharing information and interacting with others. Welcome to Write What's Right. This is the 4th video in our series aimed at helping you protect yourself from disinformation and become a responsible social media user. Number 1, respect differences in opinion. It is normal to have different and even opposing views on certain issues.
Respecting each other's views is very important when engaging in the discussion on social media.
We should always be respectful and remember that we can agree to disagree.
Number 2, stop the spread of false information. It is important to set an example. If you see your friends sharing false information, do not ignore it. You can do something about it.
Try to educate them in a respectful way. Imagine how you would want to be corrected if it was you who made a mistake. Number 3, support those being bullied. If you notice a social media user being attacked by trolls or being bullied online, make an effort to support them.
You can call out bad behavior and report online bullying.
You can also reach out privately to a friend who is being bullied to offer your support and compassion. Social media will be a much more enjoyable space if we all use it appropriately, if we engage with respect, and if we only write what's right.
I am Jules Giang.
I am Gretchen Ho, and this is Write What's Right.
Okay, so that's a very quick video, no, dun sa series of campaign na pinroduce namin with US Embassy. But gusto ko rin butasin yung content na nilabas namin dyan kasi nag-progress na yung narratives natin pagdating dito, especially on respecting opinions. Kasi kapag sinabi ng isang user na opinion nila to, kahit na false information, to hindi naman pwedeng respetuhin lang natin siya. If you have the headspace, 'di ba, to engage, lalo na kung someone powerful o malaki yung reach ng tao na to, you push back, 'di ba? It's important to push back even to personalities propagating false information kasi hindi pwedeng gamitin lang yung card na respect my opinion. Kasi kung puro respect my opinion at million sila nagsasabi na respect my opinion, eventually, baka maging katotohanan yun in the future. So kung ikaw na maalam doon sa issue na yon, we need to push back. Kahit na sometimes or lagi, nagiging very toxic yung online, at least no from your end, na dahil maalam ka dito sa issue na to, nag-push back ka sa particular issue na yon. Okay, so social media and media influence to society's views and principles. Ito naman yung pag-usapan natin. Time and time again, no, sinasabi na the media sets the agenda, 'di ba? Kung ano yung lalamanin usually ng headlines, 'di ba? Anong connection ng social media at media influence? Kapag media, traditional media yung pinag-uusapan natin, ang laging narrative noon is yung media ang nagsiset ng agenda, 'di ba? Kung ano yung mga lalabas sa headlines, ano yung pagkakasunod-sunod. Kapag nasa media ka kasi, marami kayong mga reporters, 'di ba? Iba't ibang mga beats 'yan. May beats ka on Senate, on Malacanang, on HOR, VP, etc. May ibang storya na nalalaglag kasi hindi siya ganun ka-important or dahil sobrang daming important news at yun lang yung kakasa sa time slot nila. For example, kung 1 hour lang yan. So it's already part of setting the agenda already. Ganun ka-important yung role ng media. But now, in social media, as I mentioned kanina, no, when we started this talk, social media and the internet really democratized everything. All of us are content creators already. The moment you post status, you tweet, that's already a content that can be shared all over the World Wide Web. So nag-pivot lahat. Kaya tama yung sinabi ni Gab kanina, talagang may struggle talaga sa media ngayon on how to retain or to sustain its duty, no, to be the torchbearers of truth. But of course, you also have other alternative media organizations sprouting already, unfortunately also propagating disinformation. But just because victorious sila sa iba't ibang resulta recently, nagmumukhang katotohanan tuloy yung nilalabas nila. So it's really a struggle right now when we're talking about the truth. So himayin natin, no, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina na datos, no, mula sa We Are Social. As of Feb 2022, ito yung mga data that we have. We have 111.8 million ng mga Pilipino. Okay? Tapos nun, device ownership, ilan doon yung may mga device. Okay? Any kind of mobile phone, may mga smartphones, etc. Ito yung usually ng mga devices na meron yung mga kababayan natin. But I want to focus on this one quickly lang. Okay? Time spent using the internet, 10 hours and 27 minutes. Di ba partida, ang bagal pa ng internet natin. Pero baka kaya tayo matagal sa internet kasi matagal yung speed o loading. Pero ito yung mga iniiwan natin, yung ginagamit natin, ginugugol natin na oras. At least, social media on the third one, it's 4 hours and 6 minutes. Okay, ganyan kahaba. Pero kung mapapansin nyo, nabawasan niya ng 9 minutes as compared to 2021. Siguro dahil nag-ease na yung lockdowns, back to work na uli yung iba. So nabawasan ng 9 minutes. But that's still at least 4 hours. Kung kayong tatanungin ko, ilang hours usually kayo nagsistay sa social media? You can just chat here para masilip ko lang kung ma-validate natin tong data na to. 4 hours lang ba? Or 8 to 10 hours? Kasi diba, your phone, nandyan lang yan eh. Makikita mo yan agad. I remember prior to smartphones, diba? Lalo na hindi pa sikat yung mga wifi, mga internet. You go to internet shops, tapos doon ka lang magko-connect. So, ibang-iba na talaga sa panahon natin ngayon. Ano yung usual reasons ng mga Pilipino raw kaya sila gumagamit ng internet? Finding information yung number one, 83.7%. Tapos next naman dito, staying in touch with their friends and family, which validates yung narrative, no, na binanggit ko kanina, na nakatulong talaga siya to connect family, especially Filipinos, di ba? We are all over the globe. Ang dami nating mga kababayan. Researching on how to do things. Okay? And watching videos, entertainment ulit. So ito yung ilan sa mga reasons. Very important yung finding information na ang daming dangers tayo makikita sa internet at sa social media. Paano kung disinformation na pala yung nakakalat nila at hindi sila aware doon sa basis of facts, 'di ba? Kung hindi sila aware doon, pwede nilang i-consume 'yon as the primary facts, 'di ba? Now let's go to social media. Of course, may difference in yung internet, hindi naman social media lang yung ginagawa mo sa internet, may other activities kang pwedeng gawin. Pero for social media alone, number of social media users in the Philippines ay 92.05 million. Ganyang karami. At yung natin, population natin 111 million. So obviously, marami diyan mga double accounts or triple accounts or siguro kasama na rin sa datos dito iba't ibang mga trolls na nakabase dito sa Pilipinas. At sabi rin ng We Are Social ay nasa 4 hours and 6 minutes yung ginugugol natin sa social media. Ngayon, pasadahan natin since 2014 to 2022, ganito umangat yung social media use sa Pilipinas. Kung mapapansin nyo, talagang nag-shoot up siya ng 2022 kasi nga pandemic yan. So obvious naman na nasa bahay lahat yung mga tao. It's pretty obvious kung bakit siya nag-shoot up. And very important then to know 2022 kasi it's a presidential election. 2016 was also a presidential election. So as you can see, kung compare mo si 2016 to 2022, naging key player talaga ang social media during the campaign kung saan umangat lalo ang disinformation. Okay? Ano yung reasons natin ng mga Pilipino kaya sila gumagamit ng social media? Connecting with friends. Okay? And lumabas dito, after that, you have finding content, news stories. Okay? Reading news stories. So, I have a question to all of you. May nanonood pa ba ng TV sa inyo? Ilan yung nanonood ng TV dito? Pwede kayong mag-0 kung hindi, 1 kung yes. Tingnan natin, nanonood pa ba kayo ng TV? Ayan, puro 0. Diba? Kasi so bibihira na lang yung mga nanonood ng TV. With TV kasi, controlled, diba? nung production company or ng network kung ano yung mga content na lalabas. And kung nandun ka lang sa channel na yon, ito lang yung content basically na makukuha mo. But since again, democratized na ang social media, ang internet, we have the liberty to look for any kind of content. Kung magla-like ka sa mainstream media, magla-like ka sa mga faith-based media organizations, di ba? Depende yun sa'yo. So kung ano yung nilalabas nilang content, particularly sa isang issue, 'di ba? Ano yung paniniwalaan mo? Siyempre kung ano yung like mo kasi yung lumabas sa ano mo yung lumabas sa algorithm mo. So ito yung mga considerations sa kailangan nating makita. Ano yung most used social media platform sa Pilipinas? Bumalik sa Facebook. There was a time kasi na umangat si YouTube but hindi siya considered na social media dito. But right now in the Philippines, Facebook pa rin. Ang TikTok nandiyan na umaangat at Twitter nasa 59.2% lang. So yung mga Twitter lang tumatambay, no? If you really want to create impact towards our kababayan, it's really Facebook. Okay naman na may Twitter pero ako mas Twitter user ako pero I also realize na talagang Facebook is the battlefield in the Philippines. Okay, so of course, as mentioned, social media has hindrances. Diba? You have disinformation, it produces divisiveness and hate, and it has echo chambers. But I want to focus on the echo chamber. What is an echo chamber? Okay? Ito yung certain beliefs are amplified by communication and repetition inside the closed system, often without space for rebuttals. Yung favorite example ko dito is, merong Facebook group na Flat Earthers. Okay, so kunwari ako, hindi ako sure kung bilog ba o flat ang mundo. So sumali muna ako dito sa Flat Earthers. So pagdating doon sa group na yon, almost every hour, kunwari, lahat ng mga Flat Earthers doon maglalabas sa mga pruweba nila na flat ang Earth. So people can gather information that strengthen their existing views without opposing views. So ako na hindi pa sure kung flat o bilog ang Earth, dahil every hour nakikita ko sa feed ko na sinasabi ng mga tao na flat ang mundo, alam mo yon, parang nabibigyan ako na-validate yung mga assumptions ko kung flat nga ba ang mundo. At since maraming mga tao doon sa grupo na yun nagsasabi na flat ang mundo, maniniwala na lang din ako. Okay? So it may increase social and political polarization. Kapag lumabas ka sa group na yon at may nakakausap ka na naniniwala na bilog ang mundo, magagalit ka kasi sasabihin mo, sabi ng mga tao dito, o kaya sabi ng community ko, flat ang mundo, anong pinagsasabi mo? So napopolarize lalo ang mga mga communities. Okay, nasaan ba yung mga echo chambers na to? Alam niyo ba na merong study ang MIT noong 1996? Okay, they predicted that the internet would lead to more echo chambers, areas of conversation in which no differing views are expressed. And fast forward to 2022, you have Facebook groups, you have Viber groups, 'di ba? Okay naman 'yan kung nagagamit ng tama lalo na para makapag-mobilize or to communicate with your close communities. Pero kung disinformation na yung pinapropagate dito sa mga Facebook groups na to, doon na pumapasok yung danger. Okay? Sa itong mga echo chambers na to, of course, you have online, even in offline, di ba? Workspaces, organizations, homes, etc. Di ba? Ito yung iba't ibang versions of echo chambers right now. Now, what strengthens echo chambers? Ito, nabanggit to ni Gab kanina. You have cancel culture and you have smart shaming. Okay. So how does cancel culture strengthen echo chambers? Group shaming. What is a cancel culture? Ito yung group shaming on a questionable or unpopular opinion. For example, lalabas dito yung boycott culture siya because of past or present behavior, may be bad, unacceptable, or illegal. So for example, ano ba yung mga bagay right now na accepted before pero right now hindi na? Kunwari, for the LGBTQ plus community, 'di ba? Kapag sinabi mong before, 'di ba, ginagawang pangantsaw o katatawanan kapag sinabi kang gay or lesbian, 'di ba? Before, ano lang siya, parang accepted pa ngayon minsan even in the entertainment field. Pero ngayon, since nag-progress na, kapag hindi na siya pwedeng lumabas sa mga entertainment, sa mga episodes or sa kahit anong content, kasi kapag ginawa mo 'yan, makakancel ka. And rightly so kasi 'di ba hindi na nga siya accepted. Pero ito yung ilan sa mga uri ng cancel culture. Sabi ng iba, accountability culture din daw ito. But the question is, meron bang redemption? Yan yung isang question na gusto kong isipin ninyo. Kapag nag-cancel ka ba ng isang tao o isang grupo, ano ba yung pinaka-objective natin? Gusto ba natin mawala lang yung power sa kanila? Or gusto nating matuto sila during the whole process? Let's remember na when we're talking about cancel culture, we're talking about power dynamics here. Okay? Sabi ng Time, ng isang content ng Time, people in power ito versus the internet mob. So for example, you have a politician, a public servant, saying, meron siya controversial statement. Siyempre, yung constituents niya, imomob siya. Diba? Sasabihin nila na mali yan, etc. Blah, blah, blah. Diba? Now the masses can organize already. Diba? Kapag collective action tayo dito, you can call out or cancel a person or even campaign to vote this person out in the next elections, 'di ba? And the voiceless now may have a voice kasi nga collective action siya. So ito yung power dynamics sa pinag-uusapan natin. Meron ding perspective na lumalabas sa kapag cancel culture. It's only applicable to those who are in power. When we're talking about power, ito yung may malaking reach, may platform siya, popular siya basically. Okay, and we will cancel this person or company just because meron silang problematic statement or problematic views. Meron ba kayong mga examples na na-cancel recently lang? 'Di ba? Marami lalo na nung pandemic, parang halos linggo-linggo merong naka-cancel sa social media. And yun na nga, we're talking about power dynamics here kasi we want to straighten up particular controversial statement or belief. May good side and bad side ang cancel culture. Okay? It slams backward systems. It holds people accountable. The powerless are now heard. And sabi ng isang author na si Alexandra Diamore, sabi niya, it is effective at combating sexism, racism, etc. It demands social change and it addresses inequalities in keeping the oppressed oppressed. So ito yung good side niya. Kasi nga yung mga backward systems or mindsets before ng mga previous generations, nako-correct natin siya. Okay, we're putting a stop on it already. Tinutuldukan na natin siya. What's the bad side? It blocks opportunity to change. It prevents people to learn. It may prevent discourse. Mamaya na yung creating traumatic experiences. Itong tatlo. Okay? It blocks opportunity to change. Kasi nga, yung question ko kanina, di ba? When you're canceling a person or a company, for example, what's your main objective? What is your why? Why are you canceling? Just because trending ba yung pag-cancel sa tao na to o doon sa organization na to? Or gusto mo ba na genuinely mabago nila yung mindset nila? Okay? Kasi it might prevent people to learn eh. Okay? Kasi nga kinancel mo, inalis mo sila doon sa diskurso, hindi na sila matututo. 'Di ba? It may also create traumatic experiences. 'Di ba yung iba, victims of cancel culture often end up jobless, friendless, and helpless. But of course, minsan may isip natin, deserve mo yan. Kasi hindi mo pinag-isipan yung sinabi mo. Pero at the other side, ito rin yung magiging impact sa kanila. It alienates instead of building bridges. And ito yung very important, it gives a false sense of resolution and gives the canceller a false sense of improved social status while isolating people from civil society. Bakit siya false sense of resolution? 'Di ba? Kasi tayo, kunwari, ayan, na-cancel na si person A or si company A kasi ang mali-mali nung sinabi niyang mindset. Pero paano nun kung nawala lang pala siya doon sa realm mo o sa algorithm mo, pero nagpapatuloy pa rin siya doon sa other community niya. For example, wag na tayo lumayo. Itong nakaraang election, si Tony Gonzaga, 'di ba? She was canceled so bad because of her I'm sorry for being very political here. For her support to the sitting president right now. So talagang kinancel siya na kinancel at may sense of resolution. It's an assumption, no? Baka may sense of resolution yung mga nag-cancel na yan, canceled na siya, wala na siyang babalikang network, wala na siyang mga shows siguro, etc. But you see her because established na yung name niya, 'di ba? Nagpo-flourish pa rin yung career niya. And right now, 'di ba? Hindi natin alam kung anong mangyayari sa career niya in the next 6 years kasi they are in power now. So dito pumapasok ulit yung power dynamics eh. So very important dito kung paano natin correctly or ano yung tamang approach natin para maituwid yung mga problematic statements ng mga celebrities or mga person, yung mga people in power na pinag-uusapan natin. But of course, very valid, no? Yung sinasabi ng mga tao against these personalities na using their platform to propagate disinformation or false information. Kasi they should have the responsibility. Kaya naman nagka-cancel yung tao eh. 'Di ba? Kasi hopefully gusto natin baguhin yung mindset nila. Okay, sabi nga ni Barack Obama, cancel culture is not a good form of activism if we're just casting stones. 'Di ba? Kung gusto mo lang tirahin ng tirahin at wala kang primary objective na baguhin or rehabilitate yung platform nila, parang walang kapupuntahan, sayang. Okay, next, smart shaming naman. Okay, ideas are perceived as a threat. 'Di ba? Ito yung wow, ikaw na yung magaling. The offended party feels that a person with a unique thought is making them feel stupid. Okay? And it's actually, to me, it's an era, no, of double standards. Society wants us, 'di ba, to be educated, but at the same time, it shames us for having it. Kasi kapag nagbabahagi na tayo ng mga nalalaman natin, ito yung makukuha natin. So ano ba talaga? Saan tayo pupunta? So ito yung mga bagay na nagsistrengthen ng echo chambers kasi kung na smart shame ka lagi instead of engaging with them, magsasama-sama na lang lahat ng mga maalam. 'Di ba? The negative side here is hindi tayo nakapag-try to even interject more in those communities. So talaga may samot-saring mga clicks yung nangyayari sa social media. So what is an ideal online culture to me, no? Productive call-out culture and non-hostile woke culture. So very quick lang to. What is a productive call-out culture? Sabi ng The Guardian, someone does something wrong. Kapag may nagkamali, sasabihin natin sila and they avoid doing it again in the future, hopefully. Di ba? It's more productive because you are providing a chance to change. Kumbaga, maganda yung approach natin dito sa kanya kasi nagkamali siya and hopefully, sana hindi na ulitin nung taong nagkamali. Yesterday, in my interview with Boy Abunda, sabi niya, with the issue with Ella Cruz, na yung actress, dahil sinabi niya nga, history is like chismis. Sinabi niya yung iba't ibang approach ng mga friends niya sa industry. Yung iba, kinall out nila yung bata, parang ginawang katatawanan yung bata, etc. Pero what is the objective ba talaga? Nagkaroon ng platform yung bata kasi actress nga siya. Gusto niyo bang magamit niya yung platform niya into good use? Magagawa niya ba yon kung ganito yung approach natin? 'Di ba? So yun yung isang bagay na napaisip ako, o nga, no? Kasi kung sasabihin natin siyang bobo o mali yung sinabi niya, instead of, trying her to understand the main issue, yung ego niya yung tinamaan natin, so baka hindi siya makinig. So what's ideal is we call out an individual instead of canceling. But of course, you need to draw the line kasi it's not your responsibility din naman na iwasto lagi yung pagkakamali ng ibang tao. You try once or at most twice. Kung inulit-ulit pa rin nila, sila na talaga yung problema doon. Okay? So we give people a chance to learn and understand. And if you are from the receiving end, no, from being called out, I experienced being called out also and even canceled before, lalo na nung nasa state network pa ako. You learn to embrace criticisms, 'di ba? Mag-reflect tayo kung bakit kaya tayo nako-call out ngayon. Ibig sabihin, baka may pagkakamali. And next is non-hostile woke culture. What is woke for you? Kapag naririnig niyo yung woke, ano yung pumapasok sa isip ninyo? Meron ba? Sige, I'm reading. Mulat. What else? Sabi ni Rachel, mulat. Ano pang pumapasok? Woke. Updated. Okay. Magising. Oo, magising tayo sa katotohanan, di ba? In recent years, no, you're critical, aware, you're enlightened, etc. I still have friends who are working in some are officials in the government. Kapag sinasabi daw na woke, very toxic daw ang dating. Laging ito yung words na sinabi nila, very toxic, reklamador, puro ganun daw. Basically, woke is a state of being conscious about socially relevant issues. So tama kayo lahat. well informed and up to date with current events. But it's also a call to act on particular issues. So hindi ka lang maalam, 'di ba? It's also a call na you want something to be done basically on a particular issue. And you just don't ask the what. You also ask the better question, why is this happening? So may lalim lagi yung mga woke na mga tao. But of course, there is a process definitely, lalo na sa ating mga mulat, 'di ba? Kung mulat na tayo sa iba't ibang mga issues, kailangan unawain natin na hindi naman agad woke lahat ng mga tao. Kahit naman kayo kahit naman ako, meron tayong pinagdaanan, hindi naman tayo maalam agad sa mga advocacies natin at sa mga expertise natin. Meron tayong prosesong pinagdaanan. So it really takes patience, 'di ba? Kailangan natin habain yung patience natin, especially for the next few years. Na kailangan natin unawain na hindi agad alam lahat ng tao yung mga nalalaman natin. So may proseso dapat yan. So beyond asserting our freedom to speak, we also need to listen, to understand, and not just to respond. Kasi 'di ba yun yung problem minsan with communication lalo na sa social media. Nakikipagdebate tayo, pinapakinggan lang natin kasi para malaman natin kung ano i-respond natin. Pero dapat unawain muna natin, makikinig tayo kasi gusto natin unawain kung ano yung pinanggagalingan nila. Okay? So ano yung mga calls to action natin? Very quick na lang to. For example, ito. Call out instead of canceling a person. What's her name? Oh my God. May mental block ako at the moment, but what's her name? She was a colleague before in PTV4. Tapos she was canceled so many times because of this person. Siya yung nakulong before, and si River, no? Baby River. Yeah, Pia Pialago. Thank you. Yan. Kinall out siya ng mga tao because of her statement with this mom. Kasi pinalabas siya para pumunta sa burol ng anak niya. So, anong ginawa ko? Kinancel ko ba siya online? No, but I reached out to her directly. Kasi nga, kaibigan ko rin siya. And I know na I needed to do that kasi she was a former colleague and she has a platform kasi malaking reach niya. So hopefully, maunawaan niya. So we need to do this, no? We call out even those personalities, kahit yung makakilala natin nasa posisyon ngayon. Kapag may mali silang ginawa, call them out, whether privately, kung ayaw makinig, sige i-public nyo. Pero hopefully, may redemption yung gusto nating objective. Si Dora was they're an influencer, 'di ba, on Twitter, and na-cancel siya before because of a particular content, and nag-usap kami privately. Tapos yun nga sinabi ko na nobody is born perfectly woke naman. May proseso tayong pinanggagalingan. So nagkakamali, 'di ba, yung mga tao, pero ang mahalaga dito, kapag nagkamali siya, willing ba siyang matuto at willing ba siyang hindi na ulitin yung mga pagkakamali niya. Okay, you learn to embrace criticisms and keep on learning. Kahit tayo may mga pagkakamali din tayo, pero hopefully natututo tayo dito. And you post responsibly. Okay? If you post something, it's a public record already. Anything can be exposed and used against you in the future, especially now in the resibo culture. So we really need to be very wary, sa lahat ng mga pinopost natin. And of course, you need to speak truth to power. So very, ayoko na ikwento yung context behind this, but very pivotal kasi nangyari sa akin. Kaya ako from PTV nasa Raptor ako ngayon. So from state government tas ngayon very critical to government. So it was really a dreadful journey for me, but it's worth it, no? So we need to speak truth to power, and we need to help the voiceless take a seat at the table, lalo na kung meron kang platform. Okay? So I end with this one. I usually share this 10 dares for netizens for all of us na basahin nyo lang yan, but I want to focus on this one. All that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing. And I know that you are part of the good side of community. That's why you are here. Kung mananahimik lang tayo, patuloy na magpupunyagi ang mga sa kadiliman, kaya kailangan natin magsalita at magpakilos parate. Okay? So I want to finish with this video, and I'll be ending for our Q&As.
Welcome to Write What's Right.
We hope you learned a lot from our series about how to fight disinformation and how to become a more responsible social media user.
We should all be vigilant and respectful online.
Read the full story and not just the headline. Make sure the source of the story you are sharing is credible. Make sure it is not intentionally misleading or satire. And always remember to check your own bias and consider facts objectively.
We should always remain respectful when communicating online. Even if you have a strong reaction, respect each other's views. When you see something wrong online, correct it in a respectful manner. Do not engage with trolls, and when they post threatening messages or hate speech, report them to the social media platform.
We can all do our part to make social media an enjoyable experience for everyone.
Thank you for joining us. We hope that you will continue sharing the likes, love, and laughs on social media.
Let us all be responsible social media users and help stop false information and trolls online. I'm Jules Giang.
I am Gretchen Ho. Thank you for joining us for Right What's Right.
Okay, so yan, I want to end this finally na talaga, no? Lagi ko rin binabahagi to. Sabi to ni Dito Sarmiento, isa sa mga editor-in-chiefs ng Philippine Collegian during the martial law era. Kung hindi tayo kikibo, sinong kikibo? Kung hindi tayo kikilos, sinong kikilos kung hindi ngayon kailan pa? This now more than ever, it's relevant again during our time right now, no? So tayong mga may capacity to learn in these kinds of webinars, sana yung impact of measure of success natin right after this is how we can apply our learnings to our own communities para mag-ripple out lahat ng mga good messages na natutunan natin in this webinar. So there you have it. These are my socials if you want to reach out, and collaborations for Rappler as well. So just shoot me an email. Ayun. So Gab, thank you so much, and everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Jules, for that very great discussion on how to become more participatory, despite all of this things that's been going on around us, the smart shaming, the cancel culture, the call out culture, and all types of cultures that's been happening. Now, I would like to ask our participants, since we still have some time now, if you have any questions to Mr. Jules Giang here, who is a media practitioner himself, please feel free to use the comment box so that we could ask him. Maybe the next 5 minutes we could spare, especially that he is coming from someone with a media perspective. And of course, we have a very challenging media environment right now. So baka gusto niya ng mga first-hand tips as trainers, as educators. Wala ba? Okay. Mga trainers, feel free to use the comment section. So sige, ako na lang ang first mag-ask na ng question, Jules. Now that you have transitioned from PTV4 to Rappler, can you please share to us that that moment when you had to really make that very bold decision? Because I think a lot of people really want to participate, but they don't have that courage. So can you possibly enlighten or share to us your story that, they can participate in a constructive way, but what's that kind of inflection point?
Yeah, thanks, Gab. Siguro for context lang, I joined PTV way back in 2012. No? So I was still a student in Diliman that time. And the primary reason why I was absorbed or recruited with PTV was because of my activism. And it's pretty ironic na my activism was also the reason why I was booted out, from PTV. So that was my entry and my exit, basically. So how did it happen? Since the Duterte administration came in, na actually Pinoy time pa lang eh. Kasi I was really very vocal eh. I was vocal during the SAF issue, and I was reprimanded because of my statements online because of SAF. Pero yun lang yun. Pero to be fair, during that administration, I was still allowed to even host in the PDAF or the pork barrel rallies before. Pero when the Duterte administration came in, to be fair, I really tried to play the game by convincing myself that the state network is really the information dissemination platform of the government because it's mandated by law to do those things. Pero I had my non-negotiables. I think that's very important that we have our non-negotiables, especially when you are part of any organization. EJ Games came. ABS-CBN franchise was denied. So yun yung mga non-negotiables ko, yung mga press freedom issues na. So I parang it would be a disservice to my alma mater UP to just shut up kahit na alam kong mali yun. So the usual I shared my views online and I knew from the very start na before posting that it could jeopardize my career. Since 2017 every year meron akong suspension sa PTV because of speaking out, And I knew na speaking out because of the ABS-CBN issue during the pandemic could be the last straw. And it was, Was I proud of it? Yes. Was I scared to lose my job during a pandemic? Definitely yes. But eventually, it parang right now 2 years after, it was this time last year, na natanggal ako sa PTV. It was a blessing in disguise also kasi I knew I wanted to be in an organization that will truly align to my values. And I'm thankful na I'm part of Rappler kahit na alam kong delikado rin, yung sitwasyon ngayon sa Rappler. But that's another conversation. And if you have questions about it, I could answer naman later. But you should always have your non-negotiables. But yun siguro, yun lang yung gusto kong i-share doon, na dapat may non-negotiables ka. Kailangan alam mo when to draw the line. Kung kailangan mo nang umalis sa isang organization na sa tingin mong nagiging mouthpiece ka na ng isang personalidad o ng isang sistema na alam mong hindi na helpful sa bayan natin.
Okay, thank you so much, Jules. And I think you already answered some of the questions, especially the question about the challenges in sustaining and leading positive online groups or communities, but you could also touch on that question on the next one. But I would like to ask this question more. How does Rappler support or take care of the well-being or mental health of its movers or players, and what kind of best practices could be replicated by our trainers and educators here?
Yeah, internally, it's true. It's taking a toll on our mental health. Even ako kasi mahirap talaga. Kasi yung team ko kasi, I'm handling the digital communications team of Rappler. It's really difficult for the team to be the first one to see all the attacks. So it's really difficult. So internally, of course, we have mental health naman. Dapat may ganun lagi. And it's pretty it's welcoming na not only Rappler but other organizations are really taking mental health seriously, na merong mga time to break, time for a break, quick breaks, or mental health consultations among others. But with our partners, I wanna use the best practice that we did with Facts First PH. Kasi from the very start, we expected na, and we transparently mentioned with our partners na we'll be at the attacking end, definitely. Kasi kung magpa-fact check ka, may mga babanggain ka talaga. Kasi sasabihin mong mali ito or it needs context among others. May babanggain ka talaga. So what we did was, meron kaming system of support. Number 1 on mental health din. Meron kaming conversations on mental health kung kamusta sila. May mga check-ins kami na regular. And number 2, we have legal support as well. Kasi it's important na may legal support, na hindi naman pwedeng tanggapin lang natin na sige, kaya natin to. Hindi pwedeng ganun lang. Kailangan meron din accountability measures tayong nire-ready. So kung ginagamit nila ang batas para mangipit, 'di ba? Kailangan din natin gamitin yung batas para maprotektahan yung mga iniipit. So 'yun. So kailangan maging wise tayo on how to use the resources available.
Okay, thank you. Kasi ang dami mga tips na nabigay ni Jules, lalo na sa positive participation, even if we have a very, very challenging media landscape right now. Siguro pinaka-last na lang na question, Jules, is about, this is a tricky question though, asked by Paula. And maybe, Paula, you can unmute yourself. Is that something that you can do right now? To elaborate on your question about who dictates what is correct and what is false.
Okay.
Hi everyone. Medyo naglag yung internet ko, so I'll close the video. Because for this, I've learned a lot that we need to fact check yung mga postings, yung mga news. However, even though we have those what they call this, those resources, who will say that this is the correct one or this is the false one? We can see red flags and we can identify na yung mga ibang mga information it's not true. But who will say the final, the final person to say this is talagang ito yung tama? Because if you're listening to different, people, they have their own political biases and hindi naman natin yun mako-question. But how can we say that this information that you're following is correct based on these facts? But how can we say that ito yung totoo? Kasi sometimes there are some people that say they will just accept the reasoning na this is correct because of this. Pero a lot of people, minsan hindi na nila pinapakinggan yung ganong kind of reasoning.
Yeah, Paula, I certainly agree with you, no? And that's the main challenge of the media industry right now. Kasi nga democratize ang social media. Anyone can really create any content that would make people believe na ito yung katotohanan. Kaya nga sinasabi, 'di ba, you have different versions of truth. I mentioned earlier na prior pre-social media era, journalists ang gatekeepers ng truth kasi meron nga tayong proseso pinagdadaanan. But right now, hindi na siya enough na dahilan or reason para kumbinsihin yung mga tao na media na lang ang gatekeepers of truth kasi nga sobrang attack na ang media sector natin at lumabas na yung iba't ibang mga media companies na may sariling mga interest. Una-una, siguro I'll answer this firstly by saying that all of us have biases. 'Di ba? All of us. Walang network na walang bias, walang journalist na walang bias, walang Pilipino na walang bias. Lahat tayo merong mga bias. Ang tanong na lang dito is, bias ka para saan? 'Di ba? Kung journalist ka, dapat bias ka para sa katotohanan. Kailangan isinasantabi mo in the meantime yung personal biases mo on a particular issue so long as bias ka para sa katotohanan. Dapat may bias ka sa ebidensya, 'di ba? Kung kasaysayan ang pinag-uusapan, historians sa atin ang masusing nagsasaliksik, 'di ba? Pini-peer review yung mga ebidensya na to. So meron tayong mga ebidensya. Number 2, may mga eksperto dapat tayong sinasangguni, 'di ba? May mga yung mga sources natin dapat mga eksperto na talagang pinag-aralan, merong track record, 'di ba? Na ibig sabihin meron silang background na talaga dito sa mga issues na to or sa larangan na to para masabi natin eksperto sila. So siguro masasagot ko siya, Paula, in a way na hindi lamang media ang makakapagsabi kung ano ang totoo o mali. Kailangan collective action siya, kailangan whole of society approach siya. Kaya ako gusto siyang ituhog dito sa ginagawa namin sa Facts First PH na hindi lamang media ang kasama namin. Kasama rin namin dito ang civil society kasi sila yung may mata sa ground. May eyes on the ground sila. Mas nalalaman nila kung ano ba talaga ang pulso ng mga nasa iba't ibang komunidad. So important kasi dito yung feedback mechanism. Hindi pa pwedeng one way na lang na itong katotohanan. Bababa namin sa inyo. Dapat meron siyang proseso na ito yung nakalap namin mula sa aming coverages. Ano yung nakikita nyo dyan sa baba? Okay, so merong ganung mechanism na ginagawa sa Facts First PH. Meron kaming kasamang mga research groups, academe, at meron ding legal groups. So I think the challenge right now is really how to address the gap. Diba? May gap obviously, especially if we'll base it with the results of the recent elections. Marami tayong ginawang efforts, 'di ba? Pero ang laki nung gap. Ibig sabihin kailangan natin mag-isip pa ng iba't ibang approach para makuha natin yung kiliti nila para mas mapa-laymanize pa natin, mas mapa-simplify natin yung mga pinagsasabi natin kasi hindi pa pwedeng highfalutin siya, hindi siya pwedeng masyadong very academic yung approach kasi kung ganun yung ginagawa natin, sayang yung efforts natin. So I think the 2022 election should really be a lesson to all of us na hindi pwedeng tayo-tayo lang, hindi pwedeng galit lang tayo lagi. Kailangan mas nangahamig tayo. Kasi again, when we're talking about politics, it's always a game of addition and not of division.
Okay. I guess Jules was able to cover and answer all of the questions already, and we have our next speaker waiting for his slot. So thank you so much, Jules, now for answering all of those questions. I'm so happy that you gave them a lot of ideas about how to still fact check and verify. We have a lot of efforts going on right now. We have the wisdom of the crowd through the Facts First PH, for example. I also love the fact that Jules draw the line that even though we have absolute truths, a lot of hyper-partisan channels, for example, they do invest on hiding behind relativities. So there was a time, for example, in the past wherein we believe that the world is flat, but science is revolving. And so we have to err on the side of what's the wisdom of the crowd, who are the experts. If someone is suddenly claiming he is an expert in the field, does this person have the track record? So those are the kind of actions and action points that we can definitely adopt. And thank you so much, Jules, for giving us the tips on positive participation. But before you leave, we're going to flash on the screen your certificate of appreciation. So this certificate of appreciation is given to Jules Giyang for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise on culture of positive participation during the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program 2022 to 23 Training of Trainers, signed this July 16, 2022, and given in Manila, Philippines, signed by yours truly and Program Manager of ASEAN Digital Literacy Program, Crescencia Novianti. This program is a joint project of Google.org, ASEAN Foundation, and implemented locally by Break the Fake Movement and Limitless Lab. Thank you so much, Jules.
Thank you, Gab.
Okay, so now that we have our fourth module for the training of trainers, I'm pretty sure you guys are excited for the next game that we're going to have. Before we jump to our game, I would just like to remind everybody that since we would like to be on time for today's training, this game is going to be optional. We have already awarded the prizes for the first game we had today earlier. And now we're jumping on to the next game. And all of the questions are going to be about the module that Jules Giyang covered today. Okay, so if you really listened intently to Jules' discussion, all of the questions and trivia topics will be related to Jules' talk. So I'm going to hand it over to Paulo for the engagement activity.
Thanks again, Gab, and hello again, everyone. I hope you are still involved in this very timely discussion. Grabe, we are now on the fourth module, and it's very good time to have a positive engagement, as we have also a very short break. So again, this is voluntary. If you want to participate in the game, feel free. But if you don't want, you can grab your snacks, you can have a stretching, or go to the comfort room before we proceed to the last module for today's session. So again, for our activity or for our engagement activity this session, we will be playing again a kind of activity which we called it as a 2 picks, 1 word. Ayan. So everyone can participate via chat box. Again, the first person to give the correct answer will have the point. So, ayan. Mas engaging ito ngayon. Relating to our discussion on our session. May music na tayo ngayon. Ayan. So, on the next slide, we're going to see the instruction for this activity. So, I know most of us are very familiar with the famous game 4 picks 1 word, but medyo pinaliit lang natin to using 2 pictures. So you just need to guess the phrase using the 2 pictures in each slide as fast as you can. So the first to answer, again, will earn a point, and later on, we will tally your score to know who will be the winner. So apologies if you are hearing the rain. Currently in Quezon City, malakas na po ang ulan. So I hope wherever you are located right now, you are safe as well and comfortable. So, is everyone's in with the game? Can you type letter K? Letter K if you are ready na. Ayan. So, ang dami ng K. So, our flexes in our fingers are now ready. So I think everyone's ready. Please flash now the first photos. Okay. So, like I asked, are you ready? Now, let's start the game. So, what word relates to these two pictures? Type your answer now. Again, it's related to the discussion given by Jostia. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct word for these pictures is, let me see, the correct answer. Nakikita ko na sa chat box ang tamang sagot. Yeah, the word is engagement. Okay, marami ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, moving forward, let's move to the next slide. What word is this? Yan. Okay, may nakikita na akong dalawang sagot sa ating chat box. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is, ano nga ba? 3 answers ang lumalabas. But the correct word for this is community. Okay. So, marami nakakuha ng tamang sagot, which is community. Okay. Moving to the third photos. What word is this? Ayan. So, a clue to this. Ay, bibigay pala ako ng clue, but marami nang sumasagot. It's a clue word. So, it was highly mentioned during discussion. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, the correct answer is, ayan. It's echo chamber. Ayan. So, I hope my audio now is clear. Pasensya na talaga. Ayan. So, you got it right. The first photo is echo, getting from the eco-friendly. And the last photo is chamber. Okay? Next photo. Grabe, ang daming mabibilis. Okay. Type in your answer now. What word or phrase is this? Okay. Clue, it's a two-word also. Okay. Grabe, ang bibilis mag-type. Grabe ang mga internet connections at ng mga flexes. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is, let's see in the slide, smart shaming. Yan. Ang daming nakakuha ng tamang sagot. And let me see our, tawag dito, ating leaderboard. Ayan. So our tech team from BTF is tallying our scores na kung sino ang nakakakuha ng tamang sagot. Again, there will be a special prize for those or for the person na makakakuha ng ating top spot. Okay, let's proceed to the next slide. Okay, what words or phrase is this? Okay, two words din uli ito. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer for this is trash talking. Ayan. Grabe, ang gagaling niya mag-analyze ng photo. When we tried this, akala ko garbage speeches ito. Anyway, congrats for getting the right answers. So, okay. Teka. Trash talking ang ating sagot dapat. So, I'm seeing here is trash talk. So, trash talking po ang ating tatanggapin na sagot dito. Okay? So, again, trash talking is the correct answer. Moving on the sixth slide. What words or phrase is this? Okay? What is this? Tignan natin. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ayan, sige, bigyan pa nga natin ng chances. I'm giving a clue. Think of a synonymous word sa second word na lumalabas ngayon sa ating chat box. Ayan. synonymous. Okay, I'm giving another 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer for this is online harassment. Okay, it's not bullying, but the word that we are looking for is harassment. Okay, so may nakakuha ng ating tamang sagot. Okay. Let's proceed to the 7th slide. What word is this? Ayan. 2 words ulit ito. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct word for this, and it's very, very not just timely but always relevant, it is gender equality. Okay, marami nakakuha ng tamang sagot. I think we can now proceed to the 8th photos. Let's see. Ayan. So, what words or what phrase is this? Tignan natin. So, on the first photo, later on, mababago siya. But it's more on, I'm giving a clue na for this, it's more on the expression. Ayan, for this first photo. Sige. Tignan natin. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer for this is call out culture. Ayan, nakuha rin nila even we have changed the photo. Okay, so I think may nakakuha naman ng maraming sagot. Okay, 9th slide na if I'm not mistaken. No? Ayan. Okay, let's proceed. Okay, what word is this? Ayan. Pakadali nito. The photo is telling the answer now. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer for this is it is cancel culture. Okay, the cancel, wala pong LTD ha. It's not past tense. Okay, it's cancel culture. So marami naman ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, let's move to the next slide for our next photo to identify. Yan po. Should I say, madali lang ba ito? Ayan. Seeing on the chat box, dami nang lumalabas sa sagot. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer for this is, let's see, it's woke culture. Ayan. Ang grabe, ang bibilis nyo raw pumindot. Okay. Next slide. If I'm not mistaken, may last pa ba? Nawala ako sa counting ko. I apologize for that. Okay, nice job everyone. So, congratulations sa lahat na nakakuha ng mga tamang sagot. Now, I'm just waiting for our tech team to identify sino ang pinakamabilis na mag-type at mag-analyze ng ating mga photo. And again, a special prize will be given to him or her. So, sino kaya? Okay. I am seeing now the name na nanguna sa ating activity na ito. Congratulations to our winner for this activity, Beatrice Bernardino. Congratulations, Miss Beatrice Bernardino. You will be receiving a special prize again. And please wait for my chat. Ayan, para mabigyan ka ng instruction on how to claim your prize. So again, congratulations, Miss Beatrice Bernardino. And I'm bringing back now the virtual floor to Gab for the continuation of our session.
Okay, thank you so much, Paolo, no? Medyo nag-enjoy ako ng sobra doon sa game niyo. So, congratulations to the winner, Beatrice Bernardino. You just won 500 pesos. So, meron ka ng pang snacks, di ba? After this very stressful na session natin. So, of course, we still have one more module, guys. And this is a very important topic. So, that's why we really inserted this module. So I believe the next speaker is already here. Our next topic will help us understand further what freedom of expression is in the context of social media. Now, with more and more people getting their news from their social media feeds, it's high time that we also learn the cross-section between social media and the law. Now, among the laws written and passed by Congress that deal with social media are the Cybercrime and the Data Privacy Act, right? So there's a lot of legal implications already with our online and digital footprint. Now, paying attention to these legislations as the reach of social media evolves and expands is the best way to keep safe and away from the danger of misusing the platforms themselves. And to discuss this topic and to shed more light on social media and the law and the legal regulations will be no other than one of our Media Civics Lab instructors, Attorney Ernesto Neri. Ernesto works as a legal consultant to various NGOs across the country. And aside from litigation practice, he also focuses on access to justice and legal empowerment initiated with the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. Currently, he is the director at Xavier University Ateneo de Cagayan Center for Legal Assistance and a lawyer at the Neri Law Office. Let us all welcome to talk about social media and law, Attorney Ernesto Neri.
All right, thank you so much, Gab. Maayong hapon sa tanan. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me share my screen. All right, so it's a good starting point that you've mentioned phenomenons that exist in social media, from cancel culture, woke culture, because I think that is a good example of the many activities that we think walang sort of consequence, but there is actually some level of consequence in our actions in social media. I assume that all of you are navigating social media for hours every day. Many of us cultivate our public narrative, our image in social media. We connect with friends in social media. Needless to say, so much of our modern life revolves around social media, right? And I hope that this talk will give you a sort of practical guide of the things that you need to know, because social media is not a lawless jungle. No? Merong mga laws that regulate our behaviors, and this is what we will try to unpack as what Gab said. I just want to highlight that one. So our starting point as a discussion is this, no? Among the many, we call it the constellation of rights in our Bill of Rights, it is freedom of expression that is implicated in social media regulation. So that is our starting point. What is freedom of expression? So you know that it is a civil and political right. It is found in our Constitution, the 1987 Constitution, particularly Section 4, Article 3. And if you make pansin, this section starts with the word no, right? Because it is a prohibition against the state from doing anything that might infringe freedom of speech. So that's why no yung starting word. No law shall be passed abridging the freedom of speech, of expression, this is more broad, including art, no? Of the press, the institution of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances, right? So there is a prohibition na dapat hindi lang basta-basta i-regulate ng state yung mga expressions natin. And I want to highlight as well a decision by the Supreme Court on Diocese of Bacolod versus Comelec that tells us that our speech, no, we have so many kinds of speech, di ba? Hindi, not all kinds of speeches, not all kinds of expressions, friends, they're not created equal. Meron yang hierarchy. Okay, so that's the first thing we have to also understand, that when you say freedom of expression, it also talks about a certain hierarchy of expression. So in a hierarchy, merong mga preferred rights, right? There are certain kinds of expression that the law actually protects. And there are other forms of expression that the law actually criminalizes. So there is a hierarchy. Again, I want to emphasize there's a hierarchy. And in our constitutional order, class, the highest protected form of speech is what we call political speech. That's highlighted in the Diocese of Bacolod. No? In a democracy, Justice Leonen wrote this, the citizens' right to freely participate in the exchange of ideas and furtherance of political decision-making is recognized. No? It deserves the highest protection. So what am I trying to say? If your comment, your expression is couched, framed as a political comment, no? You're not attacking a particular person in his personal capacity, but attacking his political decision, that is protected speech, at least in principle. Now, I think Jules was able to already lay out the context of the current political reality when we talk about social media. But I'm all saying that in theory, political speech is protected. So that is something you should write in your notes. Baka i-ask yan a question later. Now we're talking about protected speech. Let's now try to understand ano ba yung mga non-protected speech. So these are the things that you can say in social media. You have the freedom to say it. But you have to prepare yourself for the consequence. The first one is child pornography. That is an expression, right? I mean, it's a form of picture. It's a something that you broadcast. Porn in general, but in our laws class, friends, hindi lang adult porn. Like adult porn generally is not, if it's a consenting adult, parang it's not really regulated thoroughly. But when you talk about child pornography, it's completely prohibited. As a matter of fact, possession of child pornography, right? If you possess a minimum of three pornographic materials involving children, then the law actually assumes that you have the intention to sell it, which is a criminal offense. There is also what you call false and misleading ads. That is not protected because it has a consequence naman sa public, right? Advocacy of imminent lawless action is not protected. I will give an example later, right? So if you call out sa Facebook that you use charge sa City Hall, burn it, that is actually not freedom of expression that can be prosecuted. Danger to national security, very general. We will unpack that later on. Libel, very common now in social media, is not protected speech, friends, huh? And then perjury is lying under oath. So now, I will not discuss each point naman, no? But what I'll do in the next couple of slides, I'll just present ka ng parang questions, no? Practical, everyday questions that the law can answer. First question, is spreading fake news a criminal offense? Is there a law actually punishing criminal offense? You will be surprised that there is actually a law, friends. There is a law, and it's a very old law. Our revised penal code is like 80 years old, or even basta 1930s yun sa na-enact. So it's very old. In particular, it mentions in Article 154 that the unlawful means of publication, any person by means of printing, lithography, or any other means of publication shall maliciously publish or as news any false news. But here's the catch, which would endanger the public order or cause damage to the state, interest or credit of the state. You are actually opening yourself for criminal prosecution. Now, did I encounter any case about this using this article? No, I think it's rarely used. But I do recall this one. No. Di pala. I recall na in the Bayanihan Act, there is a provision there that if you spread any fake news about COVID, you're actually criminally liable. Right? So it's very interesting. But that law is already defunct because it has a deadline. But it's interesting that there is a provision there that actually punishes COVID-related fake news. So I remember that there is this person that was charged of, spreading fake news, pero hindi siya chinarge sa Bayanihan to Hilas 1 Act because it has a deadline. So they used Article 154. But I think they were all then later dismissed because it's really very hard to prove this because you're up against a constitutional right. So it's the burden now of the police to prove that there's clear and present danger. That's another legal term. Maybe we will try to unpack that more in the question and answer portion. Here's an example, friends. No, there's a teacher and son arrested in Jensen because of a Facebook post. And what did they say? Maraming mamamatay sa gutom, hindi tayo magtutulong-tulong, my Tagalog is very bad, na mag-report sa Pangulo, inutil ang mayor, panawagan sa walang makain, sugurin nyo ang sabay-sabay ang Lagaw Gym. So, if you post this, you would say, this is just freedom of expression. But in the eyes of the state, friends, class, I'll call you class na lang because this is a module naman. It is actually advocating of imminent lawless action because you're calling people to steal, right? So they were arrested. I am not sure if they were convicted, but I think it is difficult to convict because they could always raise the defense that it was really just out of frustration. There's really no intention for me to let people attack. No? Another interesting, you remember this was national news. Na merong isang local artist in Cebu who posted this. That Cebu now is the epicenter of the whole solar system. It is satire, but apparently the authorities arrested her. I think they also used that old law, and that's very dangerous now. No. Was she prosecuted? No, the charges were eventually dropped. But the fact is that she was exposed to the criminal justice system, to the criminal process because of that post. No? So it's a reflection point for all of us. Meron ng batas, we have the theory, we have the defenses, we have the right in the law. But at the end of the day, class, who exercises the authority? Who actually decides if this is seditious, if this is an imminent call to imminent lawless action? Who decides? It's the authority. So it really matters. I think the law, the implementation of the law is really directly proportional to the quality of our authorities. Sino-sino ba yung ini-elect natin na authorities? So that's why it's very important to always consider this is a very important political exercise. I think in some sense, the exercise at the implementation of libel laws, the implementation of sedition laws are very political. And it's a political decision. Now, as mentioned by Gab, we have the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. It addresses many questions, many crimes that are committed through online means. So we will not be unpacking the entirety of the law. Parang wala na tayong time, no? But I just want to tell you that Cybercrime Prevention Act, if you commit any crime under our criminal code through the internet, your punishment will be 1 degree higher. So mas malala yung punishment if you committed it online. So an example would be if you actually fight somebody online, call them out online, that could actually expose you to a higher penalty as opposed to just calling them out in the street, no? So I'm now gonna tell you what is libel, and this is the most common crime. Plus, this is the most common crime now because of the internet. Before the advent of the internet, libel is a very rare crime. And ang nata-charge lang ng libel before, generally speaking, are journalists. But now, because of social media, everybody can publish. A lot of private persons are actually now being accused of cyber libel. And for a cyber libel case to prosper, you need 4 elements. All of these must be there. There must be an imputation, a defamatory imputation. What is defamatory imputation? You call that person names, you call that person negative comments, you disparage reputation, that is already defamatory, right? How about publicity? How about the second element? It needs to be published, meaning a third person can actually see it. So if you just PM a person or a DM a person, that's not libel, right? Because again, the whole gist of libel is your reputation to the public is damaged. So if it's just private, hindi, wala yung publication. Third element is that it's important that you have to identify the victim. Sir, what if I did not name the person? Am I guilty of libel? It depends, because if you added commentaries, class, that actually is very, very determinative of the identity, even if you did not name the person, that is already identity. Okay, that satisfies the third element. And of course, the fourth is there is malice on your part. And you have to be careful about this, because every defamatory imputation is already presumed malicious. But sir, how about PI, di ba? Yung PI, the common bad words, are they libelous? No, they're not. There is a defense called commonly used expletives that can be used as, if ever magkakaso kayo ng ganun, madidismiss lang yan. There's another crime, very common, is unjust fixation. If it doesn't fall under the four elements, normally prosecutors downgrade your crime of libel to unjust fixation. And unjust fixation, class, is a very common crime, very general crime. As a matter of fact, many legal scholars are arguing that unjust fixation is unconstitutional for being vague. Because look at the definition. Crime, this is a crime. If a person annoys you or irritates you unjustly, that's the operative term, it's actually a crime. It should not be attended by violence, and such human conduct cause annoyance, irritation, torment, distress, or disturbance to the mind of the person. So if all these are checked, then there's a criminal intent, of course, there is a just fixation. So I have handled cases, class, na, nag-aaway lang sa Facebook and the other party is very sensitive. Pwede na siya mag-file ng unjust fixation. And since it happened online, that's 1 degree higher. Okay? Can sharing or retweeting libelous statements punishable? The good answer, it's not. Unless you add a libelous comment in the comment section. Okay? We have Michaela asked, what constitutes criminal intent in unjust fixation? It's the act itself. So it means the act presupposes there's intention. So you have to defend yourself that it's not your intent. So you have to go to court to do that. What is identity theft? This is punished under Cybercrime Prevention Act. The intention, acquisition, use, misuse, transfer, possession, alteration, or deletion of identifying information belonging to another person. Okay? Okay, for the questions, I'll try to answer that after na lang the discussion. The usual identifying information, ganun, But you have to remember, if you were already made it public, then you cannot claim identity theft. Are my default posts protected? No. A person, meaning yung mga pinopost mo sa Facebook, meron bang right ang ibang tao to just print screen it? You could argue that, sir, you did not ask for any consent. No, it's more of a moral thing. But legally speaking, people can just print screen your posts, especially if you made it public. Why? Because the moment you put your pictures online, right, you are forsaking, you are renouncing or diminishing your right to privacy. There is a diminished expectation of privacy the moment you post your pictures online. So you cannot come and cry na bakit they stole my picture, etc. Because in the very beginning, you entered into social media with the intention of sharing. But what if they made memes out of it? They made faces. Now that's a different story, because that could be libel, that could be unjust fixation. Right? So if you, here's the tip by the Supreme Court. No? If you want it protected by law, make it only me. Or a small list, because there is an expectation of privacy in that regard. Can people just print screen my private conversations without my consent? As a matter of fact, yes, they can. For example, you threaten a person. I threatened Gab, for example. Sent to messenger. Of course, Gab can print screen the private message. That's evidence, right? But you be careful. Yung mga Zoom meetings natin, then you record it. You have to ask consent. Because if you record a conversation that was intended to be private, that is actually wiretapping. Not wiretapping. That is, it escapes me now. It's a crime. Okay, so please, I think it's wiretapping. So it's not piracy, but it's a crime now. So be careful. Do not record without asking consent. So record in a sense na you record a private conversation. It's wiretapping. Yes, it's wiretapping. So sometimes I forget because I think I forgot my coffee in the afternoon. Okay, there's a question about data privacy. We will address that later on. Can people just print screen my public post? Yes, since it's subject to public consumption. I'm gonna share an experience here, class. I'm a Twitter person, so I tweet a lot of things. And there's this Twitter account that somehow gets my tweets, and then they make it like features lawyers around the country, and then it captures my tweets, and then they make a poster out of it. So in some sense, I have in a way waived my right because it's a public tweet. No? So they could actually do it. But morally, I'm just asking, do not use this without my consent. But legally speaking, it's hard for me to say they violated my right, unless they twisted it. Can I video record online conversation? This is the one. It is wiretapping, correct? RA 4200. Okay? So make sure that everybody consents. Now, there's a case, no? What if we talk? So there should be an intention of privacy. What if we talk sa park, a public place, and somebody recorded our conversation? Can that be punishable under this law? Yes, even if you're in a public place, because you were having a private conversation, regardless of place. Okay, another question, and I think practical to, is calling out culture libelous? It actually depends. You have to remember the 4 elements, diba? If ever the calling out is framed in a way that actually besmirches the reputation of the person, that person can actually file a libel suit against you, or even unjust vexation, right? If we expose the person's personal data, it is a violation of another law called the Data Privacy Act. Right? Sometimes kasi when we call out somebody, for example, hindi lang in the context of a woke culture, but calling out, for example, bad service, di ba? Of a restaurant, and then you're calling out a particular person, and then you're exposing the numbers, that's actually you're already exposing yourself to criminal liability. All right, I would add also this, no? I have handled a lot of clients na they're so irritated na sa kanilang mga debtors, no? Hindi pa nagbabayad ng utang. And then they did everything but walang result. So what they did now is go to social media and post, ikaw person A, hindi ka pa nagbayad ng 10,000 pesos, blah, blah, blah. And you write so many other things. Class, though you are a creditor, you're demanding what is due to you, the method you're doing it is illegal, because that could be libelous, that could be unjust vexation. You be careful, huh? There's a proper way of collecting your utang. Okay? And then there's another important law that is regulating online behavior, and that is under the Safe Spaces Act, which is a relatively new law. There is a section there that regulates gender-based online sexual harassment. And try to remember this. This committed online, you terrorizing and intimidating victims through physical, psychological, emotional threats, unwanted sexual, misogynistic, transphobic, homophobic, sexist, dami, di ba? Remarks and comments, public or even private conversations. Again, in public, sa mga public posts or even DMs or PMs, you should not be doing that because you can be charged with this, no? Invasion of a victim's privacy through cyber stalking. And hear this, class, incessant messaging. So, if meron kayong crush sa isang tao and you keep on sending messages, you be careful. You can be considered violating Section 12 of the Safe Spaces Act. Another one, uploading, sharing without the consent of the victim any form of media, video, voice, or photo with sexual content, any unauthorized recording and sharing of the victim's photos or any information online. And then impersonating your identity, posting lies about the victims. Diba? Merong ganon, like you create a bogus account to libel another person. False abuse reports online platform to silence victims. So again, the punishment there is 2 to 4 years in jail and or a fine of 100 to 500,000 pesos. And last, before we proceed to Q&A, because I think mas marami tayong matutunan sa Q&A, red tagging is another social media phenomenon. Justice Leonen, in one of his opinions, defined red tagging as a phenomenon of implicating progressive group leaders to heinous crimes. And if you're ever a victim of red tagging, what can you do? Generally speaking, there is no red tagging law. No, there's no anti-red tagging law. But there is a sufficient list of legal remedies that you can think of, you can choose from, either injunction, meaning ordering this institution to stop. You could ask for damages for violation of your dignity, that is in our civil code. You could also file libel because you are implicating, the person is implicating you with a heinous crime. That's libel. You could also file a registered complaint if it's a public official. And you could also file writ of habeas data. These writs are sort of remedies where the court can order the government to destroy certain information and also order government to protect you, right? Currently, red tagging is not successfully litigated in the writs of habeas data or amparo, but maybe perhaps we can break that sort of wall if we really push our legal system to address this problem. And if you're a victim of cybercrime, what should you do? Here are the things that you can do, guys. You have to report that to the authorities, right? You could get a police blotter, but most importantly, class, you have to preserve your evidence. And how do you preserve evidence? The safest way to preserve evidence is you go to the PNP Cybercrime Unit to preserve the post. What they actually do, class, is they themselves, as police officers, they would ask you that they will enter into your account, Facebook, at sila mismo ang titingin sa libelous post. And then they will create an affidavit stating that we entered the account of person A, complainant A. We saw the libelous post of complainant B, etc. That's preservation. But sir, what if na-erase and then print screen na lang? Yes, you could still present print screens. You could still present them in court, no? But with the caveat that the defense might say it's edited, right? Unless you can secure more statements from other witnesses that actually saw the post. Ba? So yan yung tatlong general things you can do. And then, okay, this is the last slide before we proceed to the question and answer. Knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave. And another thing I want to also highlight is, lahat ng ating karapatan, all of our rights that we are enjoying right now, were not freely given by the powerful. You look at our history. as the human civilization. All the rights we're enjoying now were demanded from the powerful. The right to vote, minimum wage, the right to organize, right? All of these things were demanded by organized people like us. And once these rights are given to us and codified through law, it doesn't mean that we will rest, because forces will always be there that would constantly want to erode these rights because it's not within their interest. That is why we should be vigilant, we should organize, we should assert for us to protect, fulfill, and promote these rights that makes all of us human beings. So thank you so much for your time, and I am excited for the open forum.
Thanks, Ton. Okay. That's a very detailed and powerful talk, actually, I would say, about social media and the law. And thank you for bringing up a lot of issues that we have been seeing in the online landscape right now. So let us now go through the questions that we have here. Para mas engaging, Ton, no, let's ask them to unmute themselves to ask the question directly. Sige. Let's call on Roslyn Araw Galupo to ask your question about pangungutya.
Hello po, good afternoon po. Question ko lang po about doon sa, kasi actually victim po ako nito, personal to. Before kasi, may sakit po kasi ako na, hindi na po ako mahihiya dito. May hemorrhoids po ako ngayon, ginamit ng hipag ko, nag-post siya sa Facebook, tapos pinagtawanan talaga po ako. Grabe, muntik pa ako nagpakamay. No? Ano pong pwedeng, pero actually pinatawad ko na siya, tapos pumunta po ako NBI, sabi lang naman ng NBI sa akin, patawarin ko lang daw. Yun. Tapos ang tagal ko po nakamove on, until now may trauma pa rin ako kasi parang ginamit po yung sakit ko. Yun po. Yun lang po. Sige. Kasi ayaw ko pong mangyari sa iba. Ayaw ko pong, yung naranasan ko po, ayaw ko mangyari sa iba na ginamit yung sakit nila para pagtawanan at para sirain po. Yun po.
Thank you so much. Can I ask for your name again? Nickname?
Roslyn po.
Roslyn, thank you so much for opening it up with us, Roslyn. And I also expect that, even this is public, 107 participants, we honor the sharing of Roslyn. And I want just to pick an important point she shared. Sabi niya, the NBI kind of said, pag-settle na lang kayo. And I have to tell you, class, that even in court, that's also the line of thinking of many judges. They want people to just forgive. But as a lawyer, I would suggest na, of course, forgiveness is very important, but you have to also extract accountability and justice. I'm not saying that a person should be in prison, but accountability in a sense that the person should at least, pay damages to, if you want, right? So those are things that you could actually demand from the person as a basis for the dismissal of the cases. Thank you, Roslyn.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. And I hope that was answered already. What about you, Miss Yunisha? Okay, Miss Yunisha, she has a question about writing a letter and publishing a vlog. Is there a violation on this one?
Hello po. Sorry. Bali nag-react po ako dun sa shinare ni Miss Rosaline. Siya naman po kasi meron siyang psychosocial disability po. Tapos parang inopen up niya dun sa boss niya na I have this illness. Then yung boss pinagkalat po sa work nila. Tapos pinagtawanan pa siya kasi siya considered as persons with disability pag may psychosocial illness. And then sabi sa kanya daw na pwede pala kami magbaliw-baliwan, makakuha na rin pala kayo ng PWD ID. So, bale, is supposed to be private na hindi dapat siya pinagkalat. Pinagkalat na nga nila, pinagtawanan pa siya. Tapos yun, yung case. And sa akin naman po, meron rin akong personal experience about a letter. May sinend po akong letter, parang request to be interviewed. Then this vlogger po, pinost niya po sa vlog niya. So, lahat po ng details ko na expose. Buti na lang po hindi ko po nilagay yung cellphone number ko. Pero I was so surprised na, oh, bakit nilagay niya sa vlog niya. Tapos
Including
yung
your
mga
name,
followers.
no? Including your name, personal
Yes,
information.
yes, my name, my position, my company. Kasi pag nag-aano po ako ng letter, I usually put my name, my position, my company,
Oh,
and my
that's
contact number. Pero
okay.
good thing po with this one, I wasn't able to put my contact number, pero yung name ko nandun. And then yung followers niya po, binash pa ako. Hindi ko po alam kung bakit nila ako binabash. I'm just requesting for an interview because I work for a media company. So yun po.
That's a violation of data privacy. For
Yun nga
one,
po eh.
right? It is because what's the purpose of exposing that to the public, right? And then yung mga bashing, theoretically speaking, you could sue every single basher. Theoretically speaking, but of course, logistically speaking, you know, you will not file a complaint to 1,000 people if 1,000 bashed you, diba? So that's why sometimes parang even yung mga public officials and public personalities, they choose specific comments that they want to make patol. And I actually file a complaint.
Actually, ano po sila po yung vloggers na yung tinatawag nga po nila sa Rappler is crappler, tas mainstream media daw is fake media. So parang dahil part ako ng media, parang they are saying na parang Trojan horse, ganun. Tapos wag pagkatiwalaan. Yun po.
That's another seminar, workshop.
Sige po, attorney. Sabihan niyo,
Thank you
attend
so
po
much.
ako. I need it. Thank
Okay,
you.
Don. Another question here is about the wiretapping, no? And I'm not sure how familiar you are or how in depth you are with the Anti-Wiretapping Act, but there's a question if it covers the visual as well. So does it go beyond audio, yung coverage ng Wiretapping Act?
Yeah, I think it does. You could argue that it was created in a time where there is no. It's fairly an old law, no? And then the contemplation really was more of wiretapping, but it has a more broad definition of what kind of technology can or what kind of content could be covered. And if there is a conversation in that video, then they could argue that it's still wiretapping.
Okay, I'm so sorry. No, very last question na lang siguro. This is a very specific question. If online sellers are posting the details of bogus buyers, is that illegal or not?
Interesting. Okay. In some sense, they could actually the individual na they name it, diba? They name the person. That person can actually still file a libel or unjust fixation case. They could still do that, right? But then again, the person posting it can set up a very credible defense that we are doing this as a public service with a public purpose. So that is already, that could be a defense.
I can actually cite a very specific instance. Now, there was a time, I think around early this year, there was an online buyer for a catering service in Cebu, and it actually got viral, right? So there was a lot of legal remedies that probably have been exhausted, but they were able to arrive to an amicable settlement, I guess, or like a conclusion on that. So they were not able to pursue the legal repercussion, the legal recourse on those actions. But what's your input on that? At the very last note, Ton, how should we navigate such very complicated media implications? No, kasi a lot of us are using digital tools, but we're all probably very worried about, will this get me to jail or not? So there's a very fine line on the cross section of what's legal and what's not. So how should we deal with this? Should we study law on a regular basis? Who are the most immediate persons that we should contact if we're not sure anymore of the legal implications of our online activities?
That's the bigger picture talaga, Gab, that should be a broader movement for rights literacy. No? Digital should also come together with rights literacy. So you will also know how to protect your rights, no? And then how to avoid any criminal implication. You can always contact a lawyer. I don't know if they're free of charge though, but sige, ito na lang, because I also had a legal clinic that provides free legal services, and that is a mandate given by the Supreme Court. So what I can do now is actually give you the link of a free legal aid service that you can access anytime, and we will give you an online intern to help you with your problem if it deals with kaning mga online matters. So I'm gonna send it in the chat box. Okay naman yan, di ba? That's one thing. That's a method that you could actually, this one, XU Edu Sukla Tabang Legal. That's save that link, because there's a form there that you could just send your question, your legal question, so that our interns can facilitate that. Ito na lang yung rule of thumb ko, no? Before you post anything, you try to think about what would the other person feel, right? That should be, I think, one of the first questions you should ask, because if the other person might feel insulted, baka that can expose yourself to criminal liability, and that's the kind of person na litigious. Example, we were looking for this person kasi we want to send a demand letter, so the client posted the person's name online, but very general lang. Sino ba who knows the residence of so and so, please PM me. That person actually nag-file siya ng police blotter, but did it actually become a case? Hindi naman. But na-expose siya to that anxiety because of that post. So yan, Christine, think before you click.
Okay, I think everybody already have some ideas on what are the immediate legal remedies that they will have in terms of their online activities. So that wraps up our Q&A, and please save the link that Attorney Ernesto Neri has provided to us that can actually clarify some of the questions that you guys have here. But that's a very good and insightful introduction to social media and the law, Ton, and we're very grateful for your attendance to our training of master trainers. We want to give you a certificate of appreciation first and foremost, no? So let's wait for our tech team to flash our certificate of appreciation. Allow me to read the citation. This certificate is handed over to Attorney Ernesto Neri for sharing his invaluable knowledge and expertise on social media and the law during the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program 2022 to 23 Training of Trainers, given the 16th day of July, signed by yours truly and the Program Manager of ASEAN Digital Literacy Program, Ms. Crescencia Novianti. Thank you so much, Attorney Ernesto Neri. See you online, Ton. Okay, so now that we already have, oh yes, Ton. If you wanted to, do you have some social channels to promote, by the way?
Yeah, I'm in Twitter. But it's mostly trash. But maybe I'll tweet about the law sometimes.
Okay, make sure that you follow Attorney Tonton Neri. He has a lot of tips to share on Twitter as well. So head on to his Twitter account and follow him in the socials for some of the legal tips and actions that you can possibly adopt in your next digital activities. So before we wrap up, we have a very inspiring closing remarks and special message from our very own program associate at ASEAN Foundation. And specifically for the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program, let's call on Intan Faradila of the ASEAN Foundation.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay, thank you, Gabriel. First of all, thank you, everyone. I would like to thank you to Gabriel and all the Fake Movement team to organize and host today's session, especially to our resource person. Thank you for your valuable knowledge, and also our working partner in the Philippines who has joined today. Thank you for all the participants as well for joining today's session as well. Hopefully, all of us have received valuable knowledge from the resource person with aim to enhance our digital literacy, and I hope that this will contribute to the people in the Philippines, especially our target beneficiaries. As we aware that nowadays we are living in both worlds, the offline and online or digital world. So I hope and we hope that our project can be a guidance to the people to interact safely and smart in this digital world in order to avoid the misinformation and disinformation. We hope that the people around ASEAN can get the benefit from our project and can filter the information they have received. So yeah, that's all from me. Hopefully we can get the benefit from our project, the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program in the 10 ASEAN member states. Thank you, Gab, and everyone.
Thank you so much, Intan. So before we leave and before we close the program, we will never forget the much needed photo opportunity. So trainers, please turn on your cameras, wear your best smiles because we are going to take our photos for this event. Okay, similar to what we did on the day one of the event, I am going to do that. So please, okay, let us wear. Okay, there you go. Everybody is opening their cameras now. So I'm taking a photo. We're still waiting for if Jules can join us, but he's the only one not turning on his camera. I am capturing the first page already. Done. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have 5 pages here. I'm gonna do this. I want a second page already. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And another one for the 4th page. And lastly, we have, okay. So now we're done. We're able to capture all of the photos. I am pretty sure you guys are actually excited to know what's next for this event. And definitely we're wrapping up this strong because now that you guys already know the 5 modules, so let's just clap our hands and give ourselves a round of applause, please, for covering the first 5 modules of the TOT. But do not forget that this is just the second day of our training because we still have a month-long journey for our training of trainers. So by the way, if you review the confirmation that we have sent over to you, you are still going to attend another training on facilitation. And this is going to be covered by our partner, Limitless Lab. So they're going to actually cover most of the topics that will be about facilitation. So training, facilitation, and actual communities, and also the actual slides that you guys will be using in delivering the training of ASEAN Digital Literacy Program. So meaning as well, you're not going to use the slides that our resource persons here have been using for the past 2 days. So July 9 and July 16. You will be using another set of slides that will be produced by Limitless Lab. And the training with Limitless Lab is going to happen next week, on next week, Saturday. So Paolo Miguel Odronio here is going to drop the link for you guys to register to the Limitless Lab training that's going to happen next week. So make sure that you save the link and make sure as well that you register and create your account and info so that you will be updated and notified once the training is actually going to start. Now, we have covered 5 topics already. We have talked about responsible digital citizenship, media literacy and awareness, fake news and disinformation, culture of positive participation, and social media and the law. That's a lot of topics to digest. So we are going to encourage you guys to actually re-study the reading lists and reading materials that we have been providing to you. For the Limitless Lab Master Trainers, I want you guys to not worry about being lagged behind with the reading list and reading assignments. Make sure that you complete them though, because that is actually equivalent to 4 hours of training. And as well as the Media Civics Lab platform, the Website link for that is www.mediacivicslab.breakthefakemovement.com. Don't forget to take the self-paced online learning classes because that is equivalent again to another 4 hours of training. And of course, we're encouraging you as master trainers to take at least 20 hours of training on MIL to be really certified as completers of this MIL course on digital literacy. Now, don't forget as well to fill out the evaluation form after this event. We will be showing the link and QR code to the evaluation form, and that will be your attendance in attending this event. You don't have to take any post test for this event. We're going to flash the post test through a chat bot that will be done by our partner AI for Gov. We will be posting that in our social media groups, so stay tuned on those announcements. Again, the ASEAN Digital Literacy Program is brought to you by the ASEAN Foundation and Google in partnership with local implementers Break the Fake Movement and Limitless Lab. I'm your host for today. Stay safe and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, Gab. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.